Hey, welcome to another Sunday or Monday if you happen to be in Australia, which I know one of the viewers is, of Shadowrun. Uh, so we recently finished up a run last week where the team had been hired to go steal a car from one of the ports that's rented by Wuxing. The team was able to hunt down the car before even the Johnson gave them the job, and they were able to, well, get it without causing too much trouble, other than things that were only partially related to the job, namely the meat location. The team was able to grab the car, make the trade-off, get the money, and we're sort of picking up where we left off in that it's October 4th. The team is sort of gathering up after getting paid and trying to figure out what they want to do for the next few days. And from a more behind the scenes, you guys will get a call on October 12th. So it kind of is, what do you want to do for the next 8 days? I think I'll start with beef.
Well, beef was laying a little bit low after a incident outside a club in the middle of downtown where he grabbed a guy's face from a distance, and that guy dragged him across the center of the street. So yeah, he was making some phone calls. He's probably trying to just get the message that, like, all right, he gets it. He's not welcome, but he's gonna be here for a little bit of business, and then he's gonna leave. So hopefully we can keep this civil. A little bit worried about the one guy that got away, but hey, at least hopefully that guy didn't see Pork Chop get his head cut off in the middle of the street. That might sour things a little bit, but yeah, he was just laying low, and yeah, that's pretty much much it for the run that he missed out on. What was that?
As Funktoon, who's watching, said, so you're cured beef? 8 days?
No, I think he's
dry aged beef.
He's probably going to try and do a little bit of skill training with his grapple hand. He'd like to bump that up a little bit. So after the poor showing, although he did nail that grapple hand shot against Porkchop's face, but yeah, he wants to be able to use that a little bit better. So he's going to be doing a little bit of training on that.
Maybe you need grapple feet, and then that way you can hold on to things and then drag things toward you.
Oh, that's a good idea. I'll just need to play with some more explosives some point.
With your toes?
I think they make magnetic boots. That could work.
Yeah, magnetic boots, or maybe you do want to step on a landmine. I can get you a landmine. It's okay.
Or just spurs that come out of the bottom of his feet to anchor him to the ground. Just shoot out of the heels.
What are you, a glitter boy?
Isn't I think there's a thing called anchor feet. I could be wrong.
Yeah, there is. Yeah. It was in Chrome Flesh, I think.
Yeah, do some sweet magic tricks too. The ones where you just start leaning down and everyone's like, "How do I do that?" The Michael Jackson.
That was 100% the shoes, and very strong ankle.
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess I could try to. I'll do it while other people are going over what they're doing, but I'm going to do some learning tests for exotic range weapon, tactical grapple gun.
Nice. How about Blue? What is Blue doing in the 8 days of downtime?
And sorry, before you move on, it's intuition plus skill ranks, right?
Correct.
Oh, blues. The thing is what he's wondering is for our specific end goal that we're trying to take care of. What is our group missing? Because he's ready to train up in anything if there's something that he can train up in.
I will leave that to the rest of the group.
What do we need?
Well, I don't think we've actually established a final this is what our like tactic is going to be. So
No, we haven't. We discussed
We
it.
haven't even really completed the research.
That will happen in this 8-day period, by the way. At least the research you kicked off, Umiko.
Thus, Blue's going to be if there's anything he needs to train on or anything he needs to do to get prepped for our end goal. I don't know how he's going to be able to help in that area, but
Yeah, we haven't. We discussed very lightly what our end like plan might be, but we really haven't come up with one yet.
okay, that's fair enough. The only thing that he has a real good edge towards would be a sniper, but he can get better at that because he's already started down that. But
I do think that was one of the options on the table.
okay, then
Um,
he can do that. He could either have help getting or look around for a rating 6 shooter soft for sniper, and then start getting some more sniper.
I mean, either training the skill or training specifically for like one shot, one kill style shots. Like there's qualities that would assist with called shots and stuff. If skill ranks aren't necessarily the best option for you, I don't know where you're at ratings wise and everything. But
Rating rise right now, he has 9 dice. I've only got 1 rank in the skill, so.
oh, okay, yeah, ranks are much easier to get than right now, probably.
Yeah, or a specialization in sniper, one or the other.
If you've only got 1 rank, you're probably better off buying 2 more ranks than a specialization.
Except that I only have 7 karma right now, so it would be 8 karma for him to get 2 ranks.
Fair enough.
Whereas specialization would only be 7, which would be 2 ranks.
Those specializations take longer.
Weak,
Is that all? Okay.
but if he's got tutor soft and he's got high intuition,
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be fine then.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's see, next on my list. I'm doing alphabetical, and Blue may get more information as we get through the week as well. It will be Fumiko. So Fumiko, you had left out some feelers with noise and with a couple other spots. You would get a call back basically on the 5th, so the day after the run, from Noise, and he says, "Hey, I said that I would get back to you. I have a couple concerns. Like I went and dug into what it was going to cost. I did at least some initial recon for call it comp. I want to make sure that that we're thinking about you. And all of this is tied to this rating 10 host, which is a little bit out of my league. I tried going through the rubber hose method of getting, credentials. I've tried communicating with other folks, and not much luck. It's probably going to take too long. I can hire additional deckers to aid me, and that's where that money comes into place.
Well, I needed the data put on that rating 10 host. Can we kind of bundle the job together where I pay for the gentleman to put the data on the level or the rating 10 host and get the data on the way out? Or would that leave too much trail back to me and my data that was placed on there?
I mean, there's risk. He's good, but I mean, if he fucks up, right? Like that's where we're at. It would leave a trail back, and I don't necessarily want to put you guys at risk. It might be easier to. I mean, it might be worth the risk, but it just means that sin would be worthless. But you would still have possibly information on who's doing security in the top third, and where is Anatov. So you're going to come out ahead.
Do you know any other deckers? So I want the information placed because it's a useful tool for that particular sin. But do you know any other deckers that would be able to potentially get the job done so I can have two people doing two different jobs?
Likely, I would. I'll pay for a couple deckers anyway. Like, it'll be a team of deckers to do this, where we're helping each other. Once we get in, then it's, we got to be a team. The ice is going to come hot and heavy if we screw up. And maybe one guy can act as distraction and basically draw fire, but that's the approach that we were going with. I can hire two teams, and just hit it different days.
How much are we looking at New Yen wise?
To put together a good team of deckers, I mean, we're talking like 3 or 4 deckers, probably going to be like bare minimum you're going to get out of there with 15,000, maybe 20,000. Depends on how good they are at negotiating, which they're pretty terrible at it generally. So 15,000.
That was pretty much my plan for the other decker that you had mentioned, was to negotiate him down a little bit. 15,000. Yeah, I'll talk to the rest of the team to see what they think about the necessity. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Talk to the team. Let me know. I've got a good crew of dependable guys that we can go in with, but like I know it's expensive. I also know it's a risk too.
Did the other out of character? Did the other decker that was going to implant the data on the rating 10 host? Did I ever get the information to contact them, or get the meet to contact them so I could work on negotiating down that price?
He would have supplied that to you if you asked.
Okay.
Like he didn't
So
really care to keep it secret.
Yeah, at some point I need to contact, or I would have contacted that person rather, to get that started.
I just never generated a name for him.
That's fine. Otherwise, I'll tell the rest of the group that this is what we're looking at, and this is probably what's going to have to happen if we want that data. But otherwise, I do want the other decker to implant the data, and I'll just negotiate with them on the price, probably retroactively, because I probably would have called like before the 8 days started, because I wanted that done sooner rather than later.
But I assume because you'd called him like right before. Let me go find the dates. Your run. I think it was the day before the run. So October 1st or 2nd. I think the 2nd you would have been able to call.
Okay.
He wouldn't have been able to
What
meet until the 4th.
implantation are you talking about?
Sorry, what?
So in order to back up back up my fake sin, they were going to implant some data onto the server to put me into one of the special operations groups for Evo, so that way we could have better access, or at least I could have better access. And if I don't burn the sin, I can actually use it later. But yeah, I'll call the rest of the group and let them know about the 15,000 for the top 1/3 of the Arcology's security, and how they're going to have to hire a team to be able to dig it out of the rating 10 host.
Okay. I mean, you guys are all on the call, so you get a call. It's on the 5th, where Fumiko's got a bunch of stuff lined up. What do you guys think?
15,000 to get a team together to get data out of the host?
That's what Noise said, yeah.
And
I
that's
don't really...
for whatever data is in there. We're not looking for anything specific.
No, we're looking for data on the security personnel.
This is to pull everything off the host that has to do with security on the top floors, right? Not just like one file.
Just everything having to do with security, as far as I'm aware. I mean, we can call Noise and find out. I don't really know too much about the old Matrixy stuff, but
It seems expensive for one file retrieval, but if it's pulling all the security data from the host on a third of the arcology,
seemed like the
worth it.
expense was being derived from the threat from the level 10 host security.
Yeah, well, if they're good, they're not going to trip security.
Do you want to talk to Noise? Maybe you can help negotiate it down or figure out a different way.
I'm just
Would
saying,
you?
if we need one file, I'll do it for less than 15K. But if hiring a team, to my mind, means you're hiring a bunch of people to go pull a bunch of stuff. Like, if we're after one file for, like, I don't know, a security detail or something, that's not worth the money. If they're pulling everything, yeah, sure.
I guess I'll
I thought
call.
you said that you weren't up to the task of trying to attack the host.
I said I didn't want to.
I'll call Noise and
it's not the kind of thing that if we need to get a piece of data out of it, and I could probably handle it. If we're trying to just get general security info, which is what I mean by, everything on that section of the arcology, then no, I can't handle that by myself. That's way too much.
I'll call Noise and kind of conference Noise in to answer some questions, I guess. So
he pops
my
in.
team had some questions.
Yeah.
My team had a few questions. So, Rash, did you want to ask some questions?
Sure. This price you're quoting to get a team to go in, that's to pull all of the info on what we're looking for, the section we're looking at.
This is specifically the objectives that I had discussed with Fumiko, because there was a few. Was inserting a file that into one of the secured locations.
I'm paying for that separately, by the way.
There's attempting to go get information from schedules related to the C-class executives for Evo. And then the third was getting the complete security roster for the top third along with schedule. Those are the three things that we had in mind.
All right. Yeah, I don't have a problem with this.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. I mean, if you guys are good with it, I can go start assembling the team and get you an answer in the next, I mean, it shouldn't take too long. Most of it's just getting everybody coordinated is the long pole.
Sounds good.
Yeah. If it helps at all, on recruiting, depending on how well they do and how things go on our end, we might be looking to get a little bit more decking assistance later. So follow-up work potentially.
Possibly.
That might help with the negotiation.
I mean, so he's like, when do you want to meet to negotiate? Like, ultimately, it's me doing the negotiation with you guys, because I'm the one basically hiring the crew. Putting together, I'm the negotiator for my team.
So you're wanting to negotiate price? Okay.
I was being really transparent with you guys. Like, if I was charging Mr. Johnson to do this, like, it would easily be 30,000, 40,000, right? Like, rating 10, I've got to do a bunch of prep work. I was cutting you guys a deal, like going to like 15 or 20. Like, I will absolute, like, transparency, bare bones, I'll do it for 15,000. Otherwise, I got to know what's in it for me beyond that. Otherwise, it's a ton of crap. Like, I'm just
Yeah, I
waiting
was
for a
gonna
hit
say,
squad.
I was fine with 15,000, but I mean, if you want to negotiate, I can hurt your feelings. That's fine. I mean, but I was fine with 15,000.
Yeah, he's like, like I said, I'm fine with, like, 15 is me already knowing, like, your reputation precedes you.
All I was saying is helps with when I meant helps with the negotiation. I was meaning like when you're looking at at your bringing on the crew, like it might help you negotiate with them. Like they might be able to see more work later if that helps you. That's what I was meaning.
He's a
Yeah.
Decker. This guy's a Decker, right?
He's a Decker.
Okay, he knows what he's doing. 15 keys seems
Yeah.
fair to me. Let's just let him do his thing.
All right, I'll just wire me the funds. I'll go make sure that my crew is ready to go, and we'll get you information. Do you have a timeline in mind?
Sooner the better.
Is there a rush? Is there a rush bonus?
How much time? How much time?
Oh,
do you
you've read our website.
He just played that Uno reverse on you.
Oh,
Sorry, I couldn't help it. That said, he would ask, like, is there a rush bonus or is there a timeline? If there's no timeline, like, we'll do the proper planning. I expect it will take about a week to get you all the answers you're looking for.
done?
So normally I would offer a rush bonus, yes, but in this situation, because of the highly problematic nature of us being discovered, I would say that it is best for you to take the time required to do this very quietly and cautiously.
That being said, I think any longer than a week, probably we need to know why it's taking longer. So we can make sure to plan appropriately, at the very least. We have some time to work with here, but only so much.
No, that makes. I understand where you're coming from. I mean, we're in the same profession after all. I will call you guys in 3 days with an update on timelines. If all things work as I expect, you will hear back from me. You'll be basically hear that I'm going to, like, we're on track for a 1 week job.
sounds good.
Excellent.
As always, thank you. Doing a good job.
I will be back with you in the future. He hangs up. All right, so we'll get back to you in a bit, Fumiko.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of crap. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Like, all lined up. Chaos. There's a week. What you doing?
Chaos is going to learn one of the spells she brought, as well as start training her magic. But for let's see, we have about a week. So for probably the majority of the time, depending on how fast she can learn the spell, I actually want her to get back to her old ways and go work for the people and buy, fashion for the homeless.
Okay. Yeah. It does mean you'll be spending a lot of time on the west side of that bay, which is where
That's
most
fine.
of the sprawl is. But yeah, you totally makes sense. Next on my list is Rash.
Yeah. Rash is working on some training On instinctive hack. You gave me a timeline for that.
Yep.
Previously. And making some inquiries around town to make a contact that can get him some chemicals for making drugs. You said that was fine at the end of last session.
Yep.
I did a little random gen to see what it might throw at me. And how does a Connection 5 HR director in the local vice agency sound?
Yeah, that seems fine. I'm good with that.
Cool. Well, that's what Rash is up to. And trying to make plans and just kind of mental notes on what hacking may still need done in the future.
And then
Mostly around the comment I gave you the other day about when we were at the other session, about doing a a foundation run. That's what they call
Oh
it.
my!
Yeah,
Are you going to take us all with?
that would be the
fun.
idea.
Ooh, trippy.
as weird as it is, I've spent a lot of time in the last 2 weeks digging into foundation runs.
And that was yeah.
I think once upon a time I sent you a weird concept for a foundation run where one of the team members like died and we had to go into the foundation run and it was like going through all the hospital equipment. It was ridiculous. I think I might have been sick when I wrote it.
I mean, you didn't necessarily have to be ill to be sick in the head there.
Ooh, fair enough.
Woden.
With Noise busy with that, I probably wouldn't bug him until after that was finished. With what I messaged you about before. So for right now, I think Woden would just be working on kind of some general improvements. I think he's just going to be kind of working out at home, maybe like doing a little bit of scouting around the neighborhood while like doing like actually working out. So like I think I'm gonna increase his strength.
Okay.
That'll take a while though. So
Do you lift, bro?
I'm gonna be either strength or body. I'm still deciding on those.
Okay.
Maybe train up running a little bit while I'm at it, kind of thing.
No bugs. So I sent you a message. Did you want the conversation with Noise above board or below board?
I did not see that. I just got that message. Okay. Like I'm fine with sharing it with the group, but in terms of like one of the things that we were kind of concerned about with our exit plan was we just don't want to draw too many eyes to it. So he would probably be not necessarily like sharing all the information with the team for right now, unless there's a need to.
Oh, he would say he's got a deal worked out with some extraterritorial entities within Vladivostok that when push comes to shove, he would bustle you into their property and then exit you that strategy. It would be rapid and it would be it depends on how noisy you are. Kind of so Woody sort of shrugs. I mean,
Would it help if so for that kind of thing, would it help if like we made friends ahead of time, or is this something that is going to we're gonna burn some bridges on our way out.
He's like, nah,
Because I wouldn't.
this is fine. We've already there's been favors called in for this.
Because I wouldn't mind making some friends with people who could possibly like get us gear or something like that. And then if they know me and I know them, then even if something happens, then it wouldn't be a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to make contacts within the general, like, there's only a few AAAs that have major presence in Vladivostok. That's probably where you start, and you already know one of them isn't going to like you too much.
Right.
Based on what I've been told, which is that you've got to run against Evo, and that's really all I need to know.
So is our only other option Wu Jing, or is there another one that I'm not aware of?
MCT has a presence here that's fairly large. That said, their zero zones are never much fun. The other Japanicorp that has a presence here is Shiawase. The Renraku doesn't seem to have much of a presence here.
Do you have a recommendation on which of them to make friends with, or to find somebody who, or do you have a recommendation on like somebody I could, start rubbing elbows with?
I don't really have a recommendation. Typically, I do jobs, like for the most part. These are contacts that Fokine had pulled in, and so he's let me know what I have at my disposal when it comes time. When you call, like I've got like 3 different execution plans, A, B, and C, that I can pull the trigger on any one of the 3.
Okay, makes sense.
And then each one of those is basically he's calling in favors.
Right.
In terms of like connections, like I gave you Obez. He's solid, and he knows a lot of folks in the industry.
All right. Well, maybe I'll talk to Obez about making some more friends.
Yeah.
So in addition to training, doing some physical training, the other thing that I would be doing then is trying to start making a contact with somebody who could potentially be like somebody who like does like like shipping, or like international shipping, or has a connection with one of the AAAs. Basically, I'm looking to try and make a contact that would be potentially useful for either getting in gear while we're here on short notice, but would also still be useful once we're done here and going back to LA. Like somebody who has the feed on a shipping lane between here and LA, that kind of stuff.
Okay. He would he's like, so this is you talking specifically to Obez?
Yeah. After I'm done talking with Noise, I would probably talk to Obez about making friends with somebody who could get hands on some gear, and possibly kind of making the comment of like, I don't know if my work here in Vladivostok is going to be long term, so making friends with somebody who would still be useful once I'm across the pond again.
He Obez would nod sagely and go, I've got like LA. I'm not as familiar with LA and what the sort of smuggling in there is. But that said, I do have good connections within the smuggling community here.
Could be useful.
Most tends to come through either Wuxing or Maersk. MCT is no slouch on this though. They do some interesting work. I could see possibly meeting with. I mean, you had options before. What jobs did I offer you before? Missing
I don't
package
think
or a prototype. So you know someone already who has worked with Maersk. Your former Miss Johnson. She has ins with the shipping company.
Okay. What about anybody with ins with MCT? I hear they do some pretty powerful military grade stuff.
I've got some ins, but for the most part, they do not like Shadowrunners. They use us, but there's always itchy spot between shoulders every time I deal with them.
Hmm.
But I do have a contact who is. I don't expect him to kill me on the first meeting. He will eventually try to kill me.
All right, no, that's understandable. And so you said we've already made friends with well, she had some connections with Maersk. What about anybody with Wu Jing? They have powerful magic, right?
Ah, yes, they do. I've got few connections in Wuxing. They are a friendly corporation, at least friendly to Shadowrunners.
Hmm.
As long as you do
Might
not
be
ruin their
yeah.
feng shui.
I guess I'll have to learn on. I'll have to learn about that then. They have someone who'd be interested in teaching about that. Maybe I'll give them a call.
On feng shui. I do not know any of the feng shui masters, but I do know contact maybe be able to put you in touch. He is in shipping department.
Perfect.
Sometimes he helps me with things that fall off the back of the boat. A ship. He always gets mad when I call it boat.
Sounds exactly like the person I'd like to talk to them.
Excellent. So,
Would you be willing to make an introduction?
he does, and it's a Chinese name.
Fair enough.
I have not generated that name yet, so.
Fair enough. How much? Let me know how much it's going to cost, either Karma or Nuyen. I'd be willing to spend both. Or
That is a
yeah.
good question. At some point, I need
I
to
don't remember how
revamp.
much.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just saying I don't remember how much it costs to spontaneously generate a new contact. Dave, you were working on that. What were you?
We've been previously. Aaron has been charging us as per character creation karma.
There you go,
Okay.
Aaron. There's a name.
Ugly. I mean, there's the one from the Kentucky Fried Movie, which is hung well, long wang, and enormous genitals.
Why not
What?
Dong Wang?
I love that movie. Like,
That
I don't recommend Kentucky Fried Movie for everyone, but it is a fantastic movie.
Isn't there also it's what in 16
Well, it was made in the
Candles,
80s.
long dong duck or something like
Yes,
that?
that was 16 Candles. Yeah.
But, I mean, it was made in the 80s, so, the offensive nature of it wasn't as offensive at that time, so they could really just go completely off the rails. And you see, like, where they kind of do that here and there in movies, but they have to, like, reel that in real fast.
So I generated a name. I'm a little worried that I've already used this name before because it looks awfully familiar. That always makes me a bit nervous. Gong Su. Does that ring a bell to anybody?
What's her name?
Gong Su.
Doesn't sound familiar.
Didn't we have a Su Gong? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, it's Gong Su. So Gongsu. And
Okay.
actually, I don't know if it's male or female. They are gender neutral, so we're just gonna go with that.
Can you put pictures in Twitch? Is that possible?
You cannot. You can put links into to other things though. You just can't put it in the image itself direct.
Lame.
It is purely text.
Well, that being said, the person doing the streaming could put pictures in.
Yeah, I can put it in the video overlay.
So is that Gung Su Twitch? Is that what I heard?
Gongsu is the they are a Connection 3. What did I say that they were? They managed the supply chain.
You said they were in the shipping department of Wuxing.
Yes, yeah. So they are a manager within the shipping department at Wuxing. I need to write that down, or else I'm going to forget them.
Yeah.
So I'm writing it down as well. Gongsu, shipping manager with Wuxing, Connection 3.
I wonder, I'm sure there is a program where you can just run it through the video and it just prints you out a transcript so you can pluck out all the stuff that you said.
I have written that program before.
That's painful.
It's not actually. It took a week to write.
As long as you're not tired.
So karma wise, that would be
Minimum 4 karma. Well, just spend 4 karma and you can buy them.
Okay. I was gonna ask if it got doubled after character creation. So for
honestly, I need to revamp it, and we're so far into the campaign. It will be when I reset the campaign, I'll come up with something a little bit more stock standard that involves like bribes and karma.
Okay.
But as it stands, like this is what we've used the whole time. Let's just go with it.
all right, so 4 karma then.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
So 3 days in, after the 5th, you get a call from Noise, basically saying like everything's on schedule. I've got the crew; they're all signed up. We've already started our investigation. We plan on hitting it, and then laying low for a day, and then responding back on the 12th. That's the current plan. Was there any concerns from Fumiko on that one?
I'm sorry. Say again.
Noise calls you and says everything is on track and on plan. He calls you on the 8th.
Yeah.
He says that the plan is that they will hit the location on the 11th, and then we'll give you. They will basically lay low for a day, just to make sure everything blows over, and then
Sounds appropriate.
contact you.
Sounds appropriate. Was I going to be able to retroactively talk to the other gentleman, because I don't want the other gentleman that's inputting stuff for me to be anywhere near a timeline with them doing that. I want that to be
Separate.
wholly separate.
Yeah, you can talk to him.
All right. So if he's up for an actual physical meet, I'll meet him. Otherwise, I'll go over the phone and basically tell him what I need and try to negotiate down some of the price.
Yeah, he said you were told his name. It's Sphincter.
Appropriate, sure. Keeping it tight, son. Keeping it tight.
What an asshole.
Everyone's got him.
That's where he got his name.
It's like
Hey, not all sphincters are assholes.
Not all sphincters are tight.
But yeah, that's the name that Noise had given you.
All right, I'll contact him. See if he wants to have coffee or something.
He says yeah. He tells you that this is on the my timeline. So you would have done this on the 4th, and then you would have probably met with him on the 6th.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Okay. Yeah, he's totally willing to meet on the 6th for some coffee.
Okay.
When you do meet him, he's in a really long leather trench coat. He pulls a bottle of vodka out. So when he gets his coffee, he pours a couple shots worth into his coffee.
Reminds me of the guy from Grandma's Boy. All right. So.
How can they see me?
I don't know if Noise told you much about anything. I'll activate a white noise and an ultrasound generator.
He nods. He's like, he hasn't told me much. He says, big host, bigger than he's comfortable hitting. He knows I'm the best. That is all I need to know. I love a good challenge.
Good, because I've got a challenge for you. I need data implanted on a rating 10 host to secure a SIN, and then you'll be basically working with a gentleman that is creating my SIN background for me. I need it to be done as quietly as possible with nothing tracing back to that to maintain the SIN.
You see him sort of smirk a little bit, and he's like, rating 10 host. I am aware of all of them in Vladivostok, so it's only a matter of guess which one. I am interested. I am curious what you are doing. Rating 10, 100,000 new yen. I am cheap.
Yeah, that's definitely not what I was expecting to pay. But
He lets out a
we
huge
can
laugh
talk
when you
about
say that.
it. Yeah, we can talk about the price. That's definitely easy.
Yeah, it's just inserting data. And he throws out a number which is much more reasonable. So something like 12,000. Like 12,000, like it is time, it is resources, it implies danger. I work solo.
Sounds good.
Wookie.
Let's
So yeah, feel free to roll that negotiation.
Sure. The new chummer is being annoying.
I have not. Well, it depends on which new one. I'm probably a version old.
Well, I was using the .12, and then I was like, well, it's causing some issues. I'll update to the .22 because it got past one of the ones that was really being annoying, but it's still like there's a lot of choices that they made that don't make sense that were fine before.
Yeah, I'm on 214. I love Chummer.
It's a very excellent program. Well, that's a really terrible roll. 17.
He's like, I can cut you my bare bones offer. Bare bones. No frills. 9,000 new
All I
yen.
need. Sure, 9,000 works for me. And I'll even cover lunch.
I expect no less, you Miss Johnson.
Fair. I'll get you in contact with the with my SIN producer, and he'll get you all the information that you need. And I'll give him the info for Facility Steve, and then call Facility Steve and let him know that this gentleman's going to be doing the work, and that he's already been paid for.
Okay.
And then I'll pay for lunch and leave. I'll give him a nice peck on the cheek and, give him the old arm rub and everything. Let's see.
Yeah, I need to figure out what he would look like. It probably looks like Leon the Professional.
Oh, wow. That's Leon, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as you said long black trench coat, my mind, whenever you're talking about a long black trench coated hacker, is always the dude from Grandma's Boy.
Yeah.
So yeah, you've got everything lined up. Everything starts rolling forward. We get to October 10th.
One sec. As I leave, because Ben was, mentioning that possibly, or Rash, I'll tell him, yeah, if he does a good job, there might be additional work in it for him.
He says, keep me in mind.
Challenging work.
Oh, that is better. Like, I mean, I do rating 1 hosts. I charge same
My
100,000
comlink-
New Year.
I tell him my comlink does rating 1 hosts. I want you to do challenging work.
Can do. Chaos. On your while you're busy studying and doing the work that you're doing, preparing, a bouquet of flowers arrives at the front door.
Well, is anyone else there?
It seems to be delivered by drone.
No, as in like it is Fumiko or Attenborough there.
Attenborough's probably there.
I asked them to get the door for me.
Attenborough kind of like grabs one of the cats and carries it to the door and opens the door. And yeah, there's just a bouquet on the ground. And it's got in Cyrillic a message on it.
All right, I'll ask her to bring them over to me.
She grabs it. The cat starts chewing on the flowers immediately, of course.
I mean, yeah, no, I'll take them after that. As long as they didn't explode or she's not instantly dying, they're safe.
I imagine Chaos just sitting on one of those like Roman half sofa loungers, just like being fed grapes.
You mean like what is it? Pleasure bot, hedonism bot.
Yeah.
When you look at the flowers, inside of it you find 5 reagents.
5 normal or 5 refined?
These are normal reagents.
Wow. I guess I have a big spender as a secret admirer.
Did you want to roll your Russian to see if you can read the message?
Yeah, sure. Let me re-roll that. I didn't mean to roll edge on that.
I was like, wow. And then I saw 3 more dice appear. I was like, oh.
Hold on.
I mean, still pretty solid, right? Like, yeah, you can easily read the message. It reads from your admirers for your great humanitarian aid over the last week.
This isn't good. This is not good at all. They're watching me and tracking me, and they found out where I live. That's what Chaos gets from this.
Yeah. I mean, it's healthy paranoia.
If they loved me, they wouldn't send me such poor gifts. Are these regions even black magic?
They are black magic. Which means that they know.
So either way, I'll be saying I wouldn't accept such gifts from poor people as I'm putting the regions into my purse with the others.
You see, do you go out on the front steps and sort of shout that? Or do you think somebody's watching you in the house?
That's true. I assume they're going to be watching us in the house at this point.
I flipped that paranoia switch.
Yep, Chaos. But to be fair, Chaos is always living in her own little reality show.
Well, that's true.
Wait, little reality show? You have a freaking drone that broadcasts it with followers.
Yeah, in LA, but I'm in a whole different country, so there's different rules, right? That's what the boys say, different rules for different area codes.
Is there a paranoia roll? I guess it'd be composure. Composure is the paranoia roll.
I mean, it's more to the fact Chaos just assumes people are watching her.
Yeah, this seems normal, I guess.
Yeah, she just assumes people are she can't tell when people are watching her. She's already everyone knows that. She just assumes she's being watched at all times. It's like there's some odd gods around her screaming noises into her ears like they're just playing some sort of game.
So, on the 12th, right around, let's say, 10 a.m., one of you gets a call. Go figure out who it is. I'll just roll a d10 and hopefully not pull a 10. 8. Shoot, that's Spin Jim. Alright, damn it. We're missing 3. You have normally 9. I can just roll a 6er. Pumako gets a call.
People know
What
not
time
to
of
call
day
it.
is it?
10 a.m.
I'm annoyed, but it's okay.
It-
Yes,
It's
hello.
from Obez.
Have I actually met this person? Because I thought it was always done through Woden. No, I got like a
We
chit.
met, we met,
Yeah,
we met
we got
Obez in person.
Okay, then yeah. Hello, Baz. What can I do for you?
I know you guys had said no jobs with Evo. But I've got a job with Evo that might be really interesting to you guys.
Okay. Do you have
No, how about
more to pique my interest?
It's
I
sort
mean,
of
it is really early in the morning, and you're waking me up, so this better be interesting.
I mean it's
Mind you, I sleep nude, so I'm always awake. But
I mean does the
what?
sound of 120,000 new yen pique your interest?
generally. All right. I'm assuming you would like to meet, conversate about this a little bit, maybe have a nosh.
Always. Although not that club again. Let's pick someplace new.
Yeah, there was some unfortunate festivities outside that club.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to be seen outside that club. Specifically your limo.
Whose limo? I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't
That was
either.
not my limo.
The rental.
There are
The
many
rental.
limos. Yes, there are many limos in this town.
How about we meet over by the airport?
Sure.
Which is near where you guys are at, but he's like, there's some public areas that are probably perfect for this. Bring
Okay.
whoever you want.
Shoot me a location, and I'll gather some people, and we'll be over there in about an hour.
It's a borscht place.
Okay,
You're all
okay.
with y'all.
You had me, and then you lost me. Can we do something other than borscht?
No.
Are you criticizing like the best of Russian cuisine?
No, I'm just saying that I've had a lot of borscht lately. I'm a little borscht out, as one might say.
They have borscht places instead of teriyaki places.
Yes,
Accidentally.
it's like Washington with its Korean barbecue all up and down the street.
Yeah. All right. So he says this is here's another place. It is the Stroganoff place. Much better.
Okay, I can do stroke. So I'll gather the group and see who wants to have a lovely meal and talk about some fun adventures.
Yeah. The name of the place is Ivan's Broke Me Off.
Sure, it translates great to Russian.
Good enough. So yeah, he
Yeah, I'll call everybody and wake them up and get everyone kind of move in that direction.
when you guys
Beef will
arrive.
go.
Yeah, I assume that most folks would be interested. Maybe not Chaos.
Who's interested? Give him another hour, and he'll finish War and Peace, and he'll be.
Was this during the downtime or is this the actual like meetup now?
It's the actual meetup at this point.
I mean, yeah, I'll go if you need me.
And Woden,
Yeah, Woden's in.
Rash. I mean, it's free food.
Yeah,
Free
Rash
free
will
list.
So yeah, the meet time that you were given is right around 1 p.m. So a little bit after the normal working class lunch rush. You see him sitting in there. It's kind of like a family restaurant style. Relatively small place. Not like one person sort of working the tables, and you can see maybe two people in the back working in the kitchen. Obez is sitting there. He sort of gestures like, "Order what you want." But I'm gonna. He kind of says like, "I'll jump right into it. You guys can place your orders. It's all done through AR, so it's easy enough." So I've got a Miss Johnson that I need you to meet with if you want the job. It's 120,000 new yen. The details that I've got so far is that this is some sort of sabotage job. But it's a little bit unusual. I don't know the details beyond like the nitty gritty. I was given the budget, which is 120,000 new yen, and I have a data chip that has all of the information you need to complete the job if you're interested.
You said it was through Evo, though.
Yeah, the contact that I got, like the person that reached out to me, is an Evo contact. And I know that Woden had specifically said like no Evo jobs, but like it's a lot of new yen, and that based on your selection of the last job, this is something that feels like something you're after. Is new yen. I thought of you guys first.
Other than Nguyen, what makes this job so special?
It's
Nguyen.
new yen and a tight timeline.
So you
People
said that
say
all the information we need you have, but we also need to meet with the Miss Johnson first. Or I'm a little.
Actually, you don't have to. Like, sorry, I changed that in the middle. I've got all the information you need. If you want to meet with Miss Johnson, you are more than welcome to. But I've been authorized to deal with all of the payment information.
it's something that's not going to take more than.
Hey,
How tight is the time frame? Talking days.
Oh, the turnaround time on this is 2 days.
As long as it's something we can actually do in a couple of days, I'm in.
I mean, it's sabotage.
you said sabotage.
Yes.
Even more fun.
And I'm not talking bringing down a building. It's a specific prototype.
Is it sabotage? We're sabotaging Evo or sabotaging Evo's competition?
That's what I don't know. All I know is it's a prototype device that and I know the Johnson is an Evo Johnson, but like everything else is in the data chip, which is encrypted, and I know better than to look. As soon as I look, then risk falls on me.
If we take the job, Do you report to Evo who you have hired?
I do not. Although the money is being held in escrow, and what I've been told is inside the packet of information is a number that you need to call upon completion. So I'm not the go-between on pay. I'm just the go-between for hiring.
Sure, we can hire somebody to. We can pay somebody to get our pay if we need.
We can probably figure something out on that, yeah. Or limit the interaction at the very least.
Somebody that we trust intrinsically, or somebody we know will be easily kill if they don't do the right thing. This shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, he's like, this should be simple. And
Oh, my favorite kind of mission. The ones that always go wrong. Perfect.
I mean, simple from my standpoint. Like, I have job, it is on data chip. I hire a team that is from out of town. And by the way, I guess I should be transparent. Like, Miss Johnson, who is interested in your work, specifically, it's not you. They were just looking for out of towners.
Mm.
Tell her
I
about
mean,
it.
I don't suppose they gave a reason why.
Of course not. I asked, and I did ask. And they mentioned just for the risk of visibility. I mean,
Sure, we're just passing through. Why not? Come on, guys. We're just passing through anyway, right?
Yeah.
On a separate message just to the team and not to Obez, Rash will say, if they got word of something being up about a run getting planned against them, this could be a way to suss us out. Specifically putting out a high-paying job that only is hiring out-of-towners.
Well, yeah, I mean, Rash is right, because if you do hire for this, then you control what the target is and you can monitor the target to see who attacks it.
Or they're just planning on disappearing people afterwards?
Yeah, I mean, they could have a legitimate reason to want out-of-towners, but
it is possible. I mean, if you would like, you can.
Again, Obez was not on that conversation.
Oh, okay. Good call.
Because we don't trust him either.
Fine. I'll respond to you. It's fine.
Hey, Obez.
If it's a trap,
When did you
Obez.
when did you get this when did you get this offer, if you don't mind my asking?
This came in last night.
Does that Aaron, does that correlate to any of our activities? Like right after anything that we've done that would be moderately suspicious or whatnot?
Z-
When
Because
did
we've
Chaos
got
get those
several
flowers?
We've got several hackings, we've got flowers delivered, we've got all sorts of fun little bits and bobs.
So, how this all lines up. When he says last night, you're like, now get specific, and he's like, it came in at I did a meet with her at 7 p.m. last night. In terms of the information that you guys had, so that's roughly 6 hours after the flowers arrived at Chaos's doorstep. It's also, you do know that you had 2 individuals that were hitting Evo data centers. You knew that Noise was planning on hitting it on the 11th, which was yesterday.
God. And he's currently laying low, and we don't have contact with him because he's going to deliver the information tomorrow.
which would be today. Sometime today, he's going to deliver the information if he's still alive.
What do people think?
I say we should take it.
Let's go.
Even if they know we're coming, which I just kind of assume they do at this point. What can they do to stop us?
I mean, that is the unfortunate thing about being a Shadowrunner is every corp has a file on you. It's just whether or not they access the file.
Listen, I walk into traps more often than I don't. So let's just play the odds here.
I'm in.
That doesn't sound like a great plan to me.
I think if it is a trap, and we know it's a trap, it maybe doesn't help us avoid the trap walking into it, but it gives us more information about who's looking for us. And if it's not, it's a good payday.
It's true.
If it's a trap, well, Beef, you're going to bring some explosives, right? It'll be fun.
Aha,
Well-
surprise. You ambushed me, but I had enough plastic explosives to ambush you.
Just because it's a trap doesn't mean it has to be something where they spring an ambush on us. It could entirely be data gathering.
Or it could simply be data gathering or, implanting various different listening devices and, such into the comm links and personal gear.
Ah, the
During the
joke's on
meets.
them. I love attention.
Yeah, well, the rest of us don't.
Well,
I
do we
think
have him?
I think it might be worth the risk to see what's up. If we go in and we're careful, we might be able to gather information back if it does turn out to be some sort of setup.
Everybody knows that Oleski Chardov is like such a nice guy. They will never expect this to happen. They'll be totally taken off guard. So
So it's the consensus that we're taking the job.
Beef votes yes.
Sounds like it then. I'm just going to be real careful, and we all should be. But
So,
I'm going to see what I can dig into on our Johnson when things progress to that point.
So, Obez, are we negotiating with you, or are we negotiating with the Johnson? How are we? Who's doing the payout here?
I mean, it's with me. I will basically key in the amount that goes in the escrow.
All right. So we have a lot of concerns, obviously, some of which being personal in nature. But yeah, this seems like a very dangerous job, especially based on the requirements and the obvious potential for blowback and different stuff like that, and what they're kind of searching for. We think that it may be worth a bit more money.
I mean, I would expect no less of a team. The possibly risks where there are no risks.
Well, I mean, it helps to be paranoid in the shadows, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean the megacorps are going to eat us anyway. He seems very fatalistic for a Russian, or actually he seems Russian.
Yeah.
I was going to say,
I mean,
nihilism in Russia. What?
they're nihilists, Donnie. 22.
All right, let me go roll his roll. Wanna use pre-edge it? Yeah, because he wants as much of the budget as possible.
Yeah, he's a Johnson. He wants money.
He will just pre-edge. He had 22. He's like, Yeah, I mean, I understand where you're coming from. Let me guess. It's specifically because she wants out-of-towners.
That's one of the things, yeah.
Yeah. You see him like gesturing in AR, and he's like, "How does 135,000 sound?"
I think that sounds acceptable.
One moment. And he presses something. He makes some gestures, presses something in AR. He's like, "It is now being held within escrow, and evidently, when you make your call that you're complete, something will release at that point." And he makes a gesture, and basically an ID shows up in your AR. Like, that's the escrow number if you are curious.
Okay, sounds good.
How do they validate their job's done? Can we just call now?
I do not know. That is information that is beyond me. I did not try calling number to see. I would likely be burning bridges if I do.
Honestly, this seems like the way the jobs really should be done for the most part is you meet once, you put it in escrow, and then you complete the job, and escrow's released, and you never have to see the guy again.
Well,
Would really reduce the getting screwed at the after meet. And
yeah.
I
All
wouldn't
you
have
got to
to.
do to know if the job is done is pray.
Oh yes, thoughts and prayers.
Tots and prayers.
Some distant inanimate voice will answer your prayers every single time.
I think that's an AI that you've been talking to. You might be concerned.
But the bad thing about Discord is I can see, like, because Chris was unable to join us this week because of Super Bowl. But he's currently playing a video game right now. Why are you not playing with us?
You can play a video game and watch the Super Bowl. It's
Can?
that exciting. It would
That's
be
true.
that
Yeah.
exciting.
The only good part about the Super Bowl is the commercials, right?
No, not even that anymore.
The
Oh,
musical
there's
acts?
sports. Kiss cam. It's got to be the kiss cam, right?
It's
I
always
No,
wonder
like
how many crypto commercials there's going to be this year.
it's actually the ancillary betting on all the random stuff that could or could not happen during the Super Bowl. Like whether or not the person holds the note at the end of the song for Land of the Free, Home of the Brave, whether or not they hold it for over or under 9 seconds. It's hilarious.
I'd kneecap a guy for that. That'd be fun. Yeah. That'd
so
be an
Super
excellent.
Bowl- The Super Bowl doesn't start for another, what, hour and a half?
I have no idea. I don't pay attention.
I don't,
It's
but I
Sunday.
looked it up. I looked it up, though, so.
But don't you have to watch the like 4 hour pregame show?
And the 16-hour after game show.
Well, see, that's what my son would be doing, but everybody doesn't. And those things, you can definitely play a video game while you're watching those.
Yes. All right. So I guess give us the information so we can.
He just
And you said we need
Here's-
to go meet with Johnson or no?
That is up to you. There's information in there if you wish to get further information beyond what is in the chip. And I'm willing to sit here and eat my stroganoff as you go through it and answer any questions that you may have. But I have not looked at the chip. And so he just passes you a data chip.
Have my agent go through it and distribute it to the other people in the group. I got a copy of it, I guess.
You find that the thing is encrypted.
I will give it to Rash and ask him to deal with that.
Turning to Obez, like you weren't given an encryption key for this?
Oh yeah. Wait a second. He pulls out a second data chip. He's like, here you go.
There's a piece of paper with the code on it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the same as my luggage.
EASSWORD.
Rash will run it to decrypt the chip and then check it to make sure there's not a data bomb.
Nope, no data. Well,
I can roll it if you want, but
yeah, you just need
I'm
one.
just-
What would you get buying hits?
that is Perception, I'd buy 3 hits.
Okay, yeah, you can see that there is a rating 1 data bomb on it.
Really?
I
All right, I'll disarm that.
think the job may be complete.
Why would someone even bother with a rating 1 data
If it's
bomb?
rating 1, I buy enough hits to disarm it.
Yep.
Because putting a rating 1 data bomb on the data file means that the data file gets destroyed if the person's not careful enough to actually check for it.
Okay, that makes sense then.
Yeah, it's not going to hurt you, but it destroys the file.
And it's easy to get rid of, but yeah.
Or at least I think you can set it to on whether or not it destroys the file or not.
So Rash, when you notice there's a data bomb, do you make a face while you're at the table, or do you just sort of like...
I just disarm it and offhandedly comment like, well, the Johnson's an asshole about this. Bombing their own data files.
You kind of when you say that, like, you see Obez kind of tilt his head, and he's like, I think this is more insult to me that I would look at your file.
I mean, maybe, but without a warning that it's bombed, that's also something
unusual.
that the runners could easily have set off without double crossing the Johnson.
I feel like I am being set up.
Whole thing sounds like just smells of wanting one of us to fail. Now, whether that be you or us,
Keep
hard
me
to
posted.
say.
Keep me posted.
Well, with that out of the way, Rash will open up the files on the chip and share it with the group.
So when you look at the files, what you see is the address of a facility. The facility, it's got a full workup. So it's got pictures of the outside of the building. Well, actually, it's a video. Looks like a fly around from a drone. The building is squat, sort of gray colored. Looks like an old apartment building. That said, there's no clothing hanging out on the balconies. It just looks pretty plain. There's the next file, you see a sequence of blueprints of the building. And then for the 25 floors that are above, there's no sort of notes on it. And then you get down to like basement 2, and you can see that there's a little star marked. And it shows that the basement number 2 is one completely wide open area. It doesn't show that there's any rooms as opposed to the first basement. Then the next file contains an image. It looks like it's some sort of firearm. And it basically, and then the third one is a piece of software or program. And the next file contains instructions, which is install this into the firearm itself. The firearm is currently offline, so you'll need to break in, insert the file, and get out without being detected.
Verification. Fire alarm or firearm as in gun?
Gun.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Sorry.
Okay.
A gun.
Okay, so we're putting it in a pew-pew.
Yes.
Not a spray. Okay.
Yes.
So to summarize what the stuff you've gone over thus far, we've got the picture of a building, its layout, the picture of a gun and a file that's supposed to get installed on it?
Correct.
Okay.
Finally, the last file contains a comlink number to call when you complete.
Is there any other information about the building, or is it just pretty bare bones, like blueprint of it? There's like no security system information or anything.
There's locations for all the comlinks. There are red lines that indicate, like when you sort of highlight it in AR, indicates guard paths. So there's a full write-up on the guards. It seems like it's actually a fairly big write-up, and much more detailed than you're expecting from most other work.
Does it seem like this, or is there any information about who owns this building? Does this seem like a internal corpo thing where they're trying to screw somebody over in another department and they have like access to all of this very high resolution security information, or does this seem like it's been cobbled together from exterior sources? Not sure if that's even a sense that we can get, but
Do you have any corporate security knowledge?
I do not.
Okay. Anything tangential to that?
No.
Okay.
So this probably isn't something that Beef would pick up on.
For Beef, you kind of look at this going like, is good write-up. And how much do you want to have a grapple foot?
I could take it or leave it, honestly.
How long is the write up?
That's kind of the point, right? You could either take the foot or leave the foot.
It's modular.
So Blue, you'd ask how long is the write-up?
Yeah.
It's fairly detailed. There's a lot of information here.
Okay. Textual or pictures?
It's got both text and pictures.
Okay. Blue will just read through it several times, just with the intent of seeing if anything looks fishy to him. I'm not quite sure what he would roll. I would roll for that, but specifically looking for anything that jumps out.
I guess if you've got any sort of knowledge related to insurrections, or if you have any knowledges related to corporate security, or black sites, or research facilities.
He doesn't, but he reads a lot, so anything that just seems weird. Got speed reading, that's why he's going to go through it and just try to keep going through until something either pops up or he just gets tired of reading it.
Got 3 successes to try to see if I can find any people or anything that's actually like moving inside the building during the during the flyby. You said there was no laundry hanging out outside. Is that normal for the area that we've seen so far? Is people hanging laundry?
It seems unusual.
It's unusual that there was no hanging laundry.
Yeah, usually a lot of these older style apartment complexes would have that.
Okay, and was there any like movement or people or anything that you could spot that would indicate that this building is actually populated?
You don't see anything in the windows of the building. You do see a number of older style, probably 2050s, 2060s, kind of rust hulks parked outside of the apartment building, and you see people moving between the vehicles and the apartment complex.
What did those people look like? Transients or
Russians.
workers or
They look like workers. Like blue collar.
okay, so not like corp. I work in a research facility kind of worker.
Yeah, nothing really stood out there.
One sec.
What language is the dossier written
It is written in Russian.
3 successes on fashion. What do their shoes look like? Shoes always give away whether or not you really belong in this particular genre. Are their shoes worn? Are they appropriate for that particular garb? Or do they look kind of newer and less worn kind of deal?
The shoes appear to be cleaner than you would expect.
Okay, because yeah, I'm kind of looking to see if these are people trying to obfuscate their way into the building as blue-collared workers who in reality they work in the lab. Is that the sense I'm getting?
Things aren't adding up, is what is the sense you're getting. Putting the details together from what you were able to spot, you just know that they're not adding up. Getting a firmer picture is up to you.
Can I get your opinion on a little bit of fashion?
You just want me to see if these people are poor or not?
Kinda, yeah. Yeah, actually. That's a good summation, yes.
Would I be better off using psychology for that?
Well, I would want a perception.
Oh, okay.
And I will give you, just based on your knowledge of fashion and psychology, the answer based on your perception roll.
So essentially nothing.
They are poor and not worth your time.
Yeah, they're poor folks. Like, look, I can't even see Gucci anywhere on them.
Yes, but does the outfit look right, or does it look like they may have pieced together the wrong pieces? Like, is the top, does it match the shoes? Because the top looks worn, but the shoes to me look like they're a little bit newer and possibly of a better brand.
Are we just looking at a picture, or is this like a video?
It's a video.
Can I like rally her to get better
I
stats?
I would allow this. This seems like much more of a leadership than anything else.
Or a teamwork, maybe?
Well, yeah. So leadership into a teamwork into your.
Can Fumiko use my 1 success on perception as a teamwork test?
I think she's got to convince you at this point.
She's teamworking your perception. She's motivating you to look more carefully.
Yeah, very
Not
much.
your subordinate, though.
It's trying to more of incentivize you on why you would want to look. I guess is how I'm sort of seeing it.
So I mean, I can take.
You can take 2, right? You've got
3.
Okay. Have an extra 1.
There is the perception, like if you're looking for something specific, I think it's 2 dice on perception.
We'll go with this 1 because 3 hits was really kind of what I was looking for. So what you do notice is that the when Fumiko says like the shoes are too new, and you kind of want like no, you're right. The rest of the fashion looks, I mean, suitably poor. Nothing necessarily matches, but you buy what you can.
I mean, I would pull up a graph showing, at that year, those shoes were still in a little bit too much style. Poor people wouldn't have been able to afford them, you see.
Yeah, and so you would recognize like these people aren't who they say they are.
Okay, so I'll pass that around the table and let people know.
Starting to smell more and more.
Now that could just mean that this is it could mean setup. It could also mean it's a well hidden facility.
I assumed that it was a facility. I wasn't working the angle of the setup. I was just trying to gather info for the job. But yeah, these people are probably the actual workers for the facility that are kind of dressed as just, shabby.
I mean, they could have stolen the shoes.
Yeah, but all of them though. I mean, I'm assuming there was more than one, Aaron.
Or maybe or maybe in the first basement or they make shoes.
Can you ask the question again, just so I'm clear on it?
It was more than one person that had the wrong shoes.
It just
I'm assuming.
it was a couple of them. There was a couple
Yeah,
that seemed to have shoes that matched the clothing, but a couple that it was much too clean for, like they've got dingy coveralls, but like still shiny black shoes.
Yeah. There's always one that gives you away. All right.
Like, and even one of them, like, and one thing that Chaos sort of calls out is one of them appears to have a nice watch on.
Well, we could have Spinjay run a drone by and look at it. We could probably drive by and do some, astro recon. What are people
Did we get
thinking?
the address?
Where's this neighborhood?
It is
According to
located.
the map?
Let me go. What 3 words it?
It does give the address, though.
It
It's
does.
not just find this place based on picture.
Correct. You do have an address.
And I would assume that there's probably some sort of covert surveillance surrounding the building.
It does list some of that.
Yeah, I think Beef would like to just plug in the address on his phone and see what comes up on public records. Like, is it being advertised as an apartment or just whatever he can find? He's not going to find anything deep, but
Rash is going to go see if there's a host there.
So that is going to be. I know you have a lot of noise reduction.
Indeed. It does still matter, though.
That is about 40 kilometers from where you're at.
So that'd be 5 noise.
Yep.
That means I plug in my vectored signal filter.
Okay. Tim, your quick matrix search about what that is, like, it doesn't have any vacancies.
but it's listed as like an apartment complex.
Yeah.
Any contact information?
Yeah, you've got a list for a name for a supervisor.
Okay, I'll jot that down and hand that over to Rash.
Or not supervisor, a property manager?
Manager, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The property manager is probably the best term. The super. That's it.
Oh, yeah.
Which I think actually does stand for is short for supervisor.
Oh, what
Or
time of
superintendent.
day are we done with the meeting?
Superintendent. What's that? Yeah.
What time of day are you meeting right now?
Yeah.
I mean, you're still at the restaurant, so it's 1:30.
Okay.
What day of the week is it?
I have no idea. Oh.
The reason I'm asking. The reason I'm
All right,
asking.
time to pull out the calendar.
There's a church right across the street, so it would be a perfect something to go to if there was a good reason to go to the church.
I'm sure if you looked at the church more closely, more details might emerge about a convenient religious ceremony tonight.
It is Wednesday.
I do.
Wednesday.
They have church on Wednesday.
Yeah, there must be someone who does church on Wednesday.
Or
Or
look,
Is
a
there
ritualistic sacrifice, something.
is there still a church there?
there's a question. Of course, there's still a church there.
The question is it a Russian Orthodox church?
There are no churches there. In fact, all of this looks like it's basically rubber stamped these buildings. Like there are multiple blocks of these buildings all in this sort of peninsula. Is that facility? The facility just southwest that has a ton of blue roofs.
So there's not a church there? Just verifying.
There's not a church there.
Okay. For future reference, evidently the Russian Orthodox Church has daily services
Oh
that are
yeah.
different depending on the day of the week.
How else are they gonna bless all those guns?
No, you bless the bullets, not the guns.
What about golf clubs?
Tracksuits.
Do you see? There isn't much in the way of tracksuits over there. At least, wait. So the drone goes over there. You do ask him to send the drone. Him being Spin Gems. And he does, and it's gonna be a while before it gets back, or before he can give you information, because it's a few kilometers to go to get real time footage.
What? Travel time?
Yeah, I know. I mean, you guys are busy eating, so it's probably cool. I mean, Obez is still hanging out with you guys, so if there's any questions you wanted of him.
Oh, you said that the dossier had information on the Miss Johnson. That's the next thing we want to look into, too. Probably.
There is a phone number in there and it's labeled for Miss Johnson.
Just a phone number, though?
Correct.
So I will actually then turn to Obez and say, so what can you tell us about Miss Johnson?
Oh, I mean, she's sent a couple jobs my way to go find teams for. Hasn't really done a double cross. Pays generally really high. I had one team fail once, and I haven't heard from that team. Seems a little bit cutthroat, but does
That bodes well.
but does pay well, right? Like, I mean, she's most of the stuff. I mean, a bunch of the stuff is from a while ago, where mostly it's been involving sort of the fashion industry, and sort of benefiting metahumans.
The opposite of chaos. Got it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. She seems to be the one that I deal with the most. Maybe I've had another individual that's been at one of the meetings that I'm not as familiar with, but I did recognize that she was a little bit unusual for this area. She's a Naga.
Wait, what now?
Oh, just somebody who was along on one of the meetings with Miss Johnson.
Was a Naga.
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
I guess I'd heard Evo was open-minded, but did
What,
not
you got a
expect
problem with
that.
Nagas?
I don't know.
Nagas-
I've never got one.
Naga sweat off my back.
Gross. I'm actually curious if Woden even knows what a Naga is.
Yeah, kind of. He's like, I don't know what else I can tell you about Miss Johnson. I mean, I don't want to talk about the job specifically, right? Like, there's always risks there. But
I'm just curious if we can get enough information to allow like Rash or somebody to do a data search on her specifically.
I mean, I get the sense that she's going through me with the limited amount of information because she doesn't necessarily want to be identified yet.
Yeah, it doesn't mean we're not going to try.
That's fair. She hasn't given me her name. I like my general interactions is she reaches out to me when she needs extra manpower, let's say.
Oh, I'd like to get some eyes on this place eventually.
No, it's Blue's thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I think should try and stay on the down low just in case there is heavy surveillance around the area, but I'm not going to be able to rustle much more up just sitting here.
You could take the van down, at least close.
Is there any reason we don't just like park a little ways away and maybe one or two of us walk down the street?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Has Rash been able to find a host? At
Yeah,
the
you did.
building?
You saw actually roll perception on this one. You do see a host, and it's for the apartment building. But I would still like a perception as well.
I'm assuming 3 successes on magical threats would probably tell me what a Naga is roughly.
Oh yeah, yeah. You're familiar with them as at least the race. Although you don't really think of them as threats per se, just that you know that there's a meta sapient that likes
I would recognize them as they're not necessarily classified as like a magical threat, but as a meta sapient.
Fumiko can acknowledge that yes, they are a threat.
Honestly, as a magical threat goes, their venom is probably categorized as a threat.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm.
They're just generally kind of a pain in the ass.
Religious.
Yeah, one time I had to go up on a mountain and interacted with a damn Naga before we did, and it was just a pain in the ass.
Had nothing to do with the fact that it was a Naga. It was just a pain in the ass anyway.
Was there a Naga on the mountain? Did I miss something?
No, it was out of character, obviously, because of one of my traits. I wouldn't tell much about it, but no, it was down when we were like in the town trying to get like different things going and some other crap. There was like a Naga doing something. I don't remember what.
Was there?
I could swear there was on that time.
At this point, like I've run so many runs, and I
Well,
don't think
it was the one that Dave ran. You didn't run this one. That was the one that Dave ran. Dave tried to kill us all because we were dumb and we deserved it. I mean, to be fair, we were dumb and deserved it.
To be fair, I also cut out about half the environmental hazards because you guys would have died.
Like I said, dumb and deserved it.
I don't remember putting in a Naga though. Huh. Funny how that ends up working.
You probably randomly generated an NPC, and there you go.
I can't imagine a random NPC would have ended up being a Naga.
Or maybe there's a Naga joke we needed.
I don't know. You guys were definitely in the right part of the world to run into Naga. So
We've created too many NPCs based off of jokes.
There is that.
Not saying it's a bad thing necessarily, but
What does that go? Not gonna go there.
when
Well,
overdone, it can definitely become a bad thing.
So the unfortunate thing is, like, it would be awesome to just have a giant master tracker of all the various different, NPCs, locations, and types and stuff. But the input of the data on the fly while still trying to run the game would just be very hazardous.
Would it be perfect? It would be a hit list.
I mean, you'd have to have a player working on it during
Yeah, pretty
game.
much.
Yeah.
if you're gonna put that much effort into it, you can just pre-generate them.
Whoa, guy, whoa. Then we wouldn't have ones for
Whoa.
jokes.
Hey.
You can just rename them and give them more abilities. You're the DM, whatever.
Yeah, I've generally gotten in the habit of not statting out my NPCs until they survive at least 3 missions. Not that you've killed that many of my NPCs, but the few times I have statted them out, you've killed them.
It's sort of like dating. No, it's not really a relationship until you've gone out 3 times.
You don't assume they'll survive unless you've been on 3 dates.
I mean, it's kind of the classic D&D thing where you're in a bar and there's a unique, interesting PC, and the entire group turns and goes, "What's that guy doing over there?" Uh, I, but I wrote this NPC.
No.
It took me like 3 weeks. No. All right, we burn the bar down. Then fuck it.
Sorry, it's all built with asbestos. Doesn't work.
All right, just to keep things moving, I know it's time for our normal 2:30 breakdown.
We are
Obviously,
really
keep schedule.
regular.
We are. It's back when I see I'm doing it now too. Back when I worked in
Sucker.
corporate, it was at 2:00 every day. Everybody would congregate around the chocolate bowl. 2:00 chocolate break.
So other creatures, are like pack animals. We're herd animals. Humans are herd animals.
Anyway,
I've heard.
We live in a society.
We live in a society, people. A society.
Moo.
All right. So we are.
Ooh.
Is there does anyone think that there's enough information on Miss Johnson to be able to, like, dig into her at all? Like, dig into her background?
Yet? I don't think so.
You've also, I mean, you do have a comm link that you were given. Like, you could try
You do
hitting
it.
the number.
True. You could. Once you know the comm code, you can try and use matrix perception to spot it. But I'm not sure.
I'm try to work on the job first.
All right, I didn't know if we wanted to research our Miss Johnson before we started the job or not.
Well, I mean,
We'll
we've accepted the job, so we kind of have to fulfill the job, unless we want to kill a Johnson and get some notoriety. But
We could do that later. Let's see if we can't
Yeah, let's
figure out
get
how to
paid
get the money. Yeah, get paid first, then kill the Johnson if necessary.
Okay, so I think, yeah, Rash was looking for the host, if there is one.
Yes. So you do see a host. It looks like apartment complex, rating 2. You also see a fair number of comm links. And one thing you do notice with 3 hits is they, like, you observe for a while, like, let's say probably 10 minutes. You're not seeing a whole lot of them move. They all seem to be sitting in the same place, and you're looking at 1:30 in the afternoon. Like, it seems like there's like one in every what you would guess is an apartment. But they're all clearly, the icons are clearly comm links, and poor ones, right? Like, they're all like meta links or derivatives that are rating 1.
Okay. Most apartment complexes wouldn't have their own host, right?
They may share with others. Most of them would have some sort of host just to deal with locks and cameras.
Mm.
You also noticed that there were no cameras on this host.
Okay, and there's no other host to this location though, right?
Didn't see one.
Okay, I'll hack a mark on the host. It was a rating 2 host, you said?
Yep. You get a mark.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not going to deal with the roll on that.
And then I'll look around the host to see if there's any other like layered host here.
Yeah, give me a matrix perception. Now that you're on the host.
You said that there's a bunch of metal links in the apartment complex, all active, not moving at 1:30.
So in other words, there's a bunch of metal links just sitting
it's
there.
on a Wednesday when these wage slaves should be at work, right?
Yeah, they're just sitting there to make it look like people are in the building.
Yeah, I know, but that's dumb because it's 1:30 in the afternoon. They shouldn't be in the building.
Yeah, but that would require people moving the comm links.
Oh no, you could definitely create a whole track system to move them all. That's fine, but it's more the timing is wrong. Someone didn't put a lot of effort.
It's really basic fake out without putting a lot of effort or money into it.
Yeah, seriously.
It shows like across the yard from this place there is a wine shop currently. Is that still there?
No. It's another apartment. It is like just rows of these apartment complexes.
Okay, so okay, gotcha.
As I'm running this, I realize either these people are incompetent or it just increases your paranoia, and I'm not sure which one is true.
Isn't that the best part of
a giant mimic?
Yeah, but isn't that the best part of like running is the players always create the worst possible scenarios and you just listen to the players and you're like, that's a good idea.
Oh, I do that all the time.
Well, that wasn't how it was before, but man, that's just too good to not use.
No, you guys are just really smart and catch on to my plan so well.
I'm positive that's actually what happens. Yeah.
Well, Blue's getting up, saying, "I'm going to go stroll down that way." Anybody else going?
Beef will come with.
Yeah, I suggested earlier that we could drive the van down that way and then try and walk around the neighborhood.
Let's do it. Maybe we'll get shot at.
Rash will stay in the van.
Fumiko is going to enjoy a lovely meal with Obez and chit chat over stroganoff.
Yeah, he's very personable. He continues to chat. He seems much more relaxed than the last time that he met with you guys.
It's like he knew we were going to cause trouble outside that club.
I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is Beef got his ass whooped. That's all I know. And then pork chop got cooked.
Chaos is going to use your Mike Hawk, to get a better view of the building.
Okay. As you're driving over, the first set of feeds comes in from Spin Jim's I Spy, and then the second set of feeds start coming in from Mike Hawk. So what you end up seeing is you see a whole bunch of these buildings. Most of the buildings, there's no cars in the parking lot. This building does have cars in the parking lot.
Doing a really bad job hiding this place. Okay.
But you don't see any people sort of walking around. You don't see any motion. I will, since Spin Jim's not here, and I'm not going to roll for him in this case. So how about y'all Give me a Mike Hawk roll.
Hard.
Mike Arc is hard. Arc. So 5 successes. You do spot what looks like a sniper on the roof. And then by sniper, I mean it looks like it's a mounted emplacement, but it's kind of in a tree.
I don't think most apartment complexes have those.
Nope.
No.
Not
How
the
many
poor ones.
complexes have a tree on the roof?
Most of these have some sort of like shrubbery.
Mm.
Part of the building code, probably. You have to have at least
Yeah,
one.
it was put in under the knee clause.
The shrubbery flamethrower is much cheaper than the tree sniper.
But it requires replacement whenever it's used. Because it would burn up.
So
Cyberpunk.
there's some kind of security, and they're trying to make it hidden, and they're doing bad at both. So
Five hit, like Mike Hawk did a good job spotting it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, do we
You
know
can't
which
doubt Mike Hawk.
corporation? Do we know which corporation is like running this from like the internet signatures or whatever matrixy type thingy?
We haven't spotted any signal, any indication that there is a corporate facility there. That part's actually well hidden.
So Rash, your second matrix perception, it does show that there is a nested host that is attempting to stay hidden.
Cool. What rating?
This is a rating 8.
Well, that sounds more like a real job.
What's killing me is I know Fumiko stays behind, so Fumiko asked some questions of Obez, and then I replied with a random generated name, and now I've got the song that the name is associated with stuck in my head. Because the way I answered it was, oh yeah, she's, and I didn't have a name generated, so I hit random. She's poison.
Yep.
Also showing my age.
Well, I mean, apparently, like the Super Bowl halftime show is supposed to, be very appealing to people of 40 or older.
All hip hop 40 older crowd.
Yeah, I thought it was Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Dogg is popular
Everybody
with
likes
40-year-olds.
Snoop Dogg.
All right, so over the comms, then I guess Rash will say, well, I found the host for whatever this facility is. The security's reasonably tight, nothing I probably can't get past, at least for the basics. Could use a little backup, though. Fumiko, you want to get on comms and keep me headed the right direction?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was distracted talking to Obez. Say again what you need.
He wants a cheerleader.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Why not? I can totally,
Rash, you're the best.
pump you up.
So what was Mike Hawk looking for this time? Or no, that's the other one. Sorry, I saw it flicker and I was like...
Doing good. Keep up the good work. You can find it.
Yeah,
I believe in you.
hit a pine.
Getting a mark on the 8, I take it?
Yeah, that would be the next step then.
Damn
All right, I'll
hidden
be back.
hosts.
Okay. You got 4 hits?
Yeah,
Are you happy with that?
not really. Yeah, I probably an edge probably would have been appropriate there.
Yeah, I assume most folks will look at their own result as opposed to the fact that I rolled right below you.
4 out of 21. That's
Yeah, 4 out of 21 is pretty bad.
Woo!
got it up to 9.
So yeah, you get a mark. And that also means no additional piece of information.
Mm. But I can now hop into that host.
Yeah. So you hop into that host. This one has a lot more stuff on it. It's actually pretty bustling. Bunch of personas on it.
All right.
The sculpting of it looks like a research laboratory.
Okay. I'm gonna search around here. I am looking for a file that would reference. Well, let's see. To figure out the device of that gun, so I don't have its its device access number or whatever. I would need to figure out, assuming it's on the host, I couldn't just search for the physical item, right? I need to find a file that's referencing it.
Trying to get marks on the actual gun? Or are you trying to just find where the gun is located?
But like, I don't know what device on the host of the gun is. My
That
goal is to find the gun on the host.
Okay, I mean you can search and see what specific types of devices are on the host, as opposed to personas or files or programs.
Sure. We'll do that.
Also recommend doing some sort of research to find out what corp this is.
So with 12 successes, which is extraordinarily successful, you don't see.
Holy shit!
So you see a bunch of gun icons on it, but you don't know which one would be your specific target. Each one has basically a number next to it, but not necessarily what it is.
So I'm going to look for a file. I'm assuming I can look for a file that would be more or less matching. Like I've got a picture of a gun, so I'm going to essentially be trying to do like an image match kind of thing, like a gun that would be showing like the design specs on the gun in the picture. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Because then hopefully that one will tell me how the gun is being filed on the host. So I'll know which of the devices that I'm seeing would be the right one. That line of reasoning track.
It does, but I was going to have you do a hide action first, because you notice that something's coming around, whereas everything sort of seems like a lab. This, what you're guessing might be ice, maybe is a spider. It looks like this amorphous mass of tentacles with a central, like, surrounding a large eye.
Well, that's weird.
Yeah, and it doesn't sort of fit the rest of the paradigm for sculpting.
So I need to make a defense against perception?
Defense against perception.
You said a hide test.
Yeah, that's
so
what I mean. Don't remember the stats that I'd written down for this. Yes.
It suffers from noise, doesn't it?
What, it suffers from noise?
The matrix perception, or is that just the trace icon action?
That would be trace icon.
Okay.
At this point, like if you're both on a host, there's no noise on the host.
Not for perception. I would have called 9 a pretty good roll.
Yeah.
So you probably would have stuck with that one.
Yeah, so I wouldn't edge that without knowing specifically the results.
So this thing sort of zooms up to you, and it's like, "Hello, you don't belong here." And it speaks in Russian, but it's got like speech bubbles that appear all over. That basically says it in different languages.
But it's talking to me, not just like sending an alert.
How did you find me? It asks.
So it's speaking in Russian. There's like iconography of what it's saying, but it's the audio is Russian,
Correct.
right? Okay. I think if I have any knowledge skills to recognize what this would even be. Do, do, do. I think my most applicable knowledge skill would be conspiracy theories.
I like it. You buy one old Shadowrun adventure on eBay, and they keep emailing you about other Shadowrun adventures.
All of the emails I get about eBay are just apparently Russian hackers have taken my account and it's been locked.
Hey, we got a new follower.
Also,
Thanks for following, Delco Whale.
Magically, my Twitter was like hacked within like 15 minutes of me starting it by a Russian hacker. But
Wow.
they're popular, so good for them.
I've been meaning to create a new Shadowrun-centric Twitter. Two hits on...
It'd be good for branding.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. 2 hits on conspiracy theories. Like that thing, you have heard of deep entities from the foundation of the Matrix. That you've heard horror stories of that. That said, like you don't really think that you're gonna find that or that it would talk to you, because most of the rumors there is that it's not something that would speak with you. So this is probably some sort of, maybe it's a spider. I mean, this is a corp facility.
Or an AI, maybe.
Might be an AI.
To my best knowledge, is one of the weird things over conspiracy theories about coming from the deep depths of the residence or something.
Is it an e-ghost of a wage slave that died?
The thing that you're kind of missing that would tie it all together is probably like, you don't even know who owns this research facility. That said, you do know who hired you, which is Evo. So if Evo was specifically trying to recruit, why would they hit us or try to sabotage a research facility that had an AI? Maybe it's something that would cause them to shut down the facility.
All right, so Rash will respond to it since it hasn't set off any alarms or anything yet. I came here looking to find out who lives here.
Who lives?
This is underneath an apartment building, after all.
Many people live here. Well, more people work here.
Do you live here?
Do you speak in Russian, or are you speaking in a different language?
In Russian.
Okay. Yes, I work here. You're the first visitor in a while, and I am curious.
Curious about what?
What brings you here?
Like I said, an interest in finding out. Maybe living here isn't the best term.
Sorry, I was busy banning someone. Yeah, so the eye kind of rolls up a little bit, and is like, well, I'm just gonna say, like, you shouldn't be here, and I'm gonna have to raise the alarm now. But thank you for visiting.
That's too bad.
God damn it, Clippy.
Sorry, what was that, Dave?
That's too bad. I was hoping we could talk more. Are you always here, or is there somewhere else that you go that...
I occasionally visit out, but I have to get back to work, and you shouldn't be here. And it blinks, and all of a sudden you notice like red alarms and lights start going off in the host. What do you do?
Any of the iconography on, like, any of these alarms or anything going on around me have a feel for any specific corporations?
Give me a perception, and then if you have a knowledge skill on corpse, I will gladly take it. I mean, you definitely get a good view of a bunch of the iconography. Now it's just a matter of, like, does it match anything you know?
I have corporate procedures. I have a Russian Orthodox Church, in case this is a church host for some reason.
That would not be the case. So you don't need to roll that
I have...
unless you think you can glitch it.
No, I have Humanist Poly Club. And I have... Oh, Evo Culture.
Yeah, roll Evo culture. Yeah, this is an Evo facility.
Like, for sure this is an Evo facility.
Oh yeah, you recognize some of the classic telltale signs of being an employee at Evo within how the persona were moving about while you were busy having the conversation. A lot of this is happening while you were having that conversation as you're sort of looking around the giant floating eyeball.
All right.
This raises more questions than it answers.
I'm gonna leave. Reset.
Okay. It waves as
What's
you initiate the command.
Oh, is it still just standing there?
Yeah.
Like watching? Oh, okay. In which case, just before I initiate the command, I'm like, I will say, let's see. I've got a knowledge in virtual meeting spots.
So meet me at this.
With a specialization in public ones.
Oh.
So yeah, I'll give it the location of a public VR meet spot. Be like, hey, if you want to talk after work, meet me at this, address. At I don't know what time of day it is, but like 5 hours from now.
Yeah, you guys, it's probably, since you guys are on the way, you had done the search, probably 145, 150.
Yeah. So yeah, like 5. Well, I'll give it like 5 hours from now, something like that, and then yeah. Meet me at this address if you want to talk some more, and then I will issue the command to log out and then reset my deck. So guys, this is an evil facility for sure. Their matrix architecture is pretty distinctive, and I think they have an AI for their security spider.
Neat. Wonder if we
Not
can
positive
extract
on
it and
that.
get more money.
It's something that doesn't talk like a human. That doesn't necessarily mean it's an AI, but
Well, actually, you had rolled your conspiracy theories. You would know it's Evo. So there's a couple different possibilities. It could be an AI, or it could be a fragmented AI. Because you'd heard that they had started working with CFD individuals.
I'm not even going to throw that out to the group.
Okay.
That'll just be on a back burner in Rash's mind.
You do tell us that it's an
So
Evo.
why would an Evo Johnson want to be doing a hit on their own facility?
It's politics.
Climbing that corporate ladder.
Want to make
I
somebody
suppose
look
that's
bad.
true.
Not important.
Definitely increases the chances of this being a double cross, though.
It also, but it increases it's either a double cross or that it's really legit. If they want somebody to do it, they want somebody most people don't talk to. So it
Well,
won't get back to them.
is it worse that it's a double cross, or is it worse that we're about to get stuck in the middle of internal politics?
Well, we definitely want to avoid getting brought into the politics.
Do we?
Yeah.
Well, unless we can get pulled in, unless the politics involves a faction that wants to remove the CEO.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
Or it brings us in and they feel like we're part of the family doing the infighting. That wouldn't be bad.
I doubt we're going to have enough time to get that ingrained.
Well, maybe the edge. Anyway,
Just
Yeah.
the tip.
can we get in without a lot of trouble, or are we going to have to go in guns blazing?
I mean, the AI noticed me. I was certainly not expecting that to be sitting there when I got into the host. I don't know that necessarily means they're going to be at higher alert in the future. I'm sure they get hackers poking around from time to time.
It probably doesn't even remember you by now, you know? At least you didn't invite it out for drinks.
What that?
I do think if there is I don't think I'm going to be able to install the file remotely without some sort of presence in the facility. At least not unless something changes about their security system.
I mean, we don't even know if it's on the host. It might be offline right now. If it's a prototype.
Yeah. Didn't. Yeah.
How many doors are in this place? It sounds like we're gonna have to go in. So
I'd like to make a memory test for Rash.
Sure.
Because I feel like the Johnson said something about the current status of the prototype.
Yes. You recall that it was not on the host, is what he had said. Or what it had said on the documents. Is that what you're particularly...
Yeah, that would have been it.
That they specifically needed boots on the ground to go insert the software?
Luke, sounds like we need physical recon, and then we just need to figure out when we're going in. Tonight, or tomorrow night.
Well, we haven't even got physical eyes on the place yet, so
I mean, yeah, you've got virtual eyes. And you've got the
Sure.
layout. So you do also still have the layout of the building.
How many doors, external doors, are there?
There are 4 external doors.
Okay.
3, basically, you've got one on the... So it's rectangular shaped. You've got one on either of the long ends.
Okay.
And then on the short sides. So there's one on what looks to be the front of the long side, and then the back there appears to be like a loading dock.
The rest of the apartment buildings in this area, like I'd like to observe the place for a little bit and see if we can tell if like the rest of the apartments are just actual apartments, or I don't know, maybe Rash can look into some of those to check to see if they are up to hinky shit too.
Where are you parking at?
I think we were talking about parking a couple blocks down and then walking.
Okay.
Does that sound right, guys?
In the original video, you said you could see them walking onto the property through the crappy rusted out vehicles. Can you see approximately where that they're coming from, or like is there all directions, or is it just singular direction that the workers are coming from?
It looked like the ones that you saw were walking between the vehicles and the main building.
So they were going through from the parking lot into the building.
Yeah.
So this is purely residential?
Yeah, he said that the entire area was like carbon
blocks.
copies of the same building on the outside.
Okay. Lou says, I'm going for a walk. He's just gonna head down the street on the opposite side, not the side where the building is, but the opposite side of the street from the building. Gonna just walk down the street, do so walking casually, but trying to take a look and see if there's anything interesting or...
So on the street
Actually, look-
specifically, the building's on, but just across the street.
Yes.
Beef would be interested in seeing if he can't find a little like street level restaurant in the area.
You don't really see anything. Yeah, you don't see any restaurants.
Where do all the people eat?
In their kitchens.
Hmm.
Who knows? Well, drone delivery. Come on, man. The thing, right?
Yes.
And not everyone wants to eat in their own house every single night.
Why do they put so many buildings together? You could eat in somebody else's house. Go break in, eat there instead. Works. It's a low rent area, right?
Guess everybody is just packing their lunch every day in this research facility.
Yeah, they just call the drones in. I bet you there's drone landing on the roof. What you bet?
Oh,
It's
all right.
too
So
much-
we had a bunch of people that were walking around and checking the place out, and I imagine
Hello?
It's Jake. He muted himself.
Okay. And so the Fumiko does bars and clubs. There are no bars and clubs in this area. The nearest one it appears to be like a good 10 kilometers away. Matrix search on history, just general information in the area. Like, it seems like there's a number of noodle bars that will sort of set up shop, like portable noodle setups, but those generally don't open until late at night.
Any weird history in the area, like any like news articles about fights or takeovers or you know, such and such corporation purchases this to, remodel it, and then it gets quiet after that.
No, for the most part, what you're seeing in terms of the history of this place is there's a long history of violence in the area, and in the last roughly 6 or 7 years, that violence has sort of stopped. That's probably the most unusual thing about it all.
All right, I'll share the information with the group.
Definitely seems like a corpo takeover.
Well, it's weird that there's no.
Well,
It's weird that there's no bars or clubs within 10 kilometers of a large group of housing.
Yeah.
And that there's no food except for pop-up, basically, food trucks that only operate at night. Like, nothing about this seems okay.
this is very Stepford Wives.
Welcome to food deserts, bro.
Well, I mean, so either if it is a research facility, either everybody's bringing their own food or they're sourcing it and they're getting shipments in. And either everyone is living in the apartment complex, which it doesn't seem like it, because then they wouldn't have to spoof the all the meta links, right? But like, we should be able to just keep eyes on this place and surveil it and watch everybody leave or see people like delivering stuff to this huge infrastructure research facility that they have, right? So we should be able to confirm whether or not people are living on premises or not.
So one of the things that we'll start with is Blue had gone on a walk. And I assume that is because he wants to look around.
Yep.
Give
Gonna
me
check
some eyeballs.
distracted.
No, I mean, it's pretty sparse, right? Like, it seems like you and your crew are the only ones on the street at this time of day. Like, down farther, you can see somebody, it looks like, walking a baby carriage, but otherwise, ghost town.
How far down is the person with the baby carriage?
Like 3 blocks away.
Okay, he just keeps walking, like he's sauntering through, like not a big deal.
God, now that I say it, I totally need to at some point
Like casual.
create a baby carriage that has a pop-up Gatling gun.
Oh no.
Wait, I've seen that in so many different things.
I know.
With flechette ammo.
But no, I mean, you can't really tell. They're 3 blocks away.
Well,
Unless you've got Vision Mag.
I don't remember if he has mag or enhancement. He has one or the other. And really, the intent is not to see what they are.
Can I see them from the car?
Yeah, you can see them from the car.
He's not really trying to chase them down. It's more he figures wherever they are, it's either something that's really nefarious. One, and getting there will probably show that, or two, it's really really common and normal, so he'll be out of the zone for this facility at that point. So this is more of casual.
I think if Beef gets out and sees that there's literally just like nobody on the street, he's just gonna return, and there's no restaurants or anything. He's gonna return to the car pretty quickly.
Yeah,
Um,
I didn't bother getting out of the car yet. And I
like
do
if
have
it's
vision magnification.
yeah, beef as well. But like the idea is like if it seems like no one else is on the street, he's not going to be the only person walking around and gawking on the street. So
That's how you get shot.
Okay.
so
At least
pork
we
chop
know
comes out from around a corner.
Back
I'm
from the
surprised.
dead.
When is Beef gonna like start disguising himself everywhere he goes?
I mean that would be smart.
So never.
So never.
Okay, that's
You
fair.
all you got to do is get a red nose, and then you just put it on in places that you're afraid of being spotted. It's the beef like equivalent of hiding. It's not enough to really distract from other people, but it's enough for you to feel confident that no one's going to see you.
Right. It's that internal confidence that I really need.
Do you feel like your confidence
What
is
you're
shaken?
saying is eventually people would start asking, where's the beef?
Grown.
You know you liked it.
Mission accomplished.
I did.
I think it's been a couple of years since that joke's been made.
Just a couple.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like when we were fighting pork chop, I should have screamed out, "What's the beef?" But
Then it was just pork chop, you son of a bitch.
son of a bitch.
I distinctly remember that just being the line.
So the rest of you, as you're, so Ben, you had done 2 successes. Yeah, it looks like it's some guy probably in his mid-20s walking the baby carriage. I mean, you can't really tell if there's a baby in it.
I also have thermographic. Is there a heat signature in the baby carriage?
There is.
It's a pixie.
It's a pixie with a
Gatling gun.
shotgun.
Missile launcher. Missile launcher.
The real reason why Blue's so distracted. He's getting all this chatter in his ear.
What else is everybody doing now that you're at least in the near vicinity of this building?
Rash is starting to do research on the iconography of that security spider he was talking to.
Okay.
Blue asked if somebody, because he's wandering and trying to look casual, somebody could look up and see if any of these apartments, buildings in this area have vacancies.
I kind of asked Rash if he was able to tell if the rest of the apartment buildings were occupied or not. But
He's
So,
just looking for an excuse to go in a building.
Rash will say that they didn't look into it yet, but I can certainly search for vacancies.
So Chaos does an A-sensing. What she is able to sense, I assume that she's looking specifically into background count, or background. The area is kind of, you get that sense of depression or hopelessness. There is a background count of 2. But it doesn't seem aligned towards like the super negative stuff. Just the general sort of malaise.
Like in most poor parts of town.
Yeah, it does have that familiar feel. In terms of with 3 hits, you are able to see there is a ward on the door. Woden gets the same general sense, though a little less detailed.
yeah, -2 dice for the background will do that.
Oh, because they always put them in order too. Kind of wish they didn't sort them.
Or what?
The results of the hits.
The results.
Oh, you have to put the S at the end. Just take the S off, and then it doesn't
It's
do that.
the default macros with the character sheets.
Yeah.
Automatically sorts them. I think it uses a sort so that it can do the limits appropriately.
Yeah. It applies the limits by making it so the last X number of dice don't apply.
No, because that would drop off ones. Now, Roll20 has built in the ability to keep a certain amount of.
Yeah, that's the K value
Yeah.
in it. So, like,
Shadowrun's definitely not the only dice system that uses that.
all right. So, got some folks that are checking it out astrally, at least from their own skull, and not floating around. Nobody has spotted any sort of watcher spirits or anything, but there does appear to be some sort of ward on the door or barrier.
Does anybody want me to try to check out inside any one of these buildings just to get a feel for the people? Or we just want to continue our checking out and then decide when we're going to go?
Are there any public listings for vacancies?
Give me a matrix search.
Which building had the emplacement with the sniper on it? Was that the building we're hitting, or was that one of the surroundings?
Building you're hitting.
I'm assuming the footage from Spin Gem was sent to everybody. Did I see any like other stuff on other roofs?
I mean, you see on the other roofs, there's sort of the heat HVAC unit at top with basically trees and shrubberies on top as well. This was the only one that had sort of noticed that there was yon sniper. Matrix search for open vacancies. Yeah, there's some vacancies in the area. Most of them have a comm number to call ahead. Just in the general area. The building itself, there's none.
That we already knew.
I will forward the ones that are nearby over to any and all who were looking for that info.
Are any of them like adjacent to this building?
Roll edge.
There's no option for that, so
No,
I
there's
guess I'll
not.
just.
There's
126.
there is one that is nearby.
Are these apartments, do they have like external access, or is it like everything goes into internal hallways and all the doors are on the inside?
Everything goes to internal access.
And the one that is adjacent, I will go up and before I grab the door handle, I want to look to see if there looks to be like a key card or something else that you have to get in.
Yeah, everything appears to be keycard and number, at least from what you've seen in your general walk.
It did have a number attached of call ahead for an appointment.
Yeah, but this is still, well, me it's weird. I don't know if my character is weird, but we're in a poor section of town and everything has key cards and numbers. So there's secured access. Just seems odd.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I think he has one done.
You're gonna try to break into one of the buildings nearby?
Not yet. Not in the middle of the day, that's for sure.
Okay.
But yeah, he just after tooling around and kind of getting the feel for the area, then if there's nothing, there doesn't apparently there's nothing that's popping out that's extra weird other than the things we've already seen. He'll go ahead and go back to the van. Not by the same street. He's not going to walk back down. It's like he'll walk a different road and get around there eventually.
Okay, so you're walking back but further away.
Yeah, just kind of like he makes a big U or a big circle.
Okay.
Probably about 4 or 5 blocks by 4 or 5 blocks, I guess is what it's going to end up being.
Okay. You were asking
Nice.
the
I say
questions that
we-
I was curious about. You were saying, Ben?
I say we use the fly spy and the hawk drone to keep eyes on the place for a little bit longer and kind of try and figure out what this place's deal is. Excuse me.
Has the host or the AI actively tried to track down Rash at all?
Doesn't seem to.
Is,
Would you know?
is Rash gonna make his date?
What was that, Ben?
I was if we wait several hours, I was curious if Rash was gonna go to the public meeting spot that you gave.
Well, Rush hasn't mentioned it to anybody, so
Yeah, I know. That's out of character.
I was only asking if the host or the AI had, actively
Yeah.
tried to seek you out after you left.
I mean, I'm not. Yeah, I don't know how we would know that.
I guess checking yourself for marks periodically. I think that'd be it.
Yeah.
Depends on how
Yeah.
paranoid.
Probably check every once in a while, but not super frequently.
Yeah, if you check every once in a while, you can buy the hit necessary. But I mean, I periodically see a mark pop on from like some script kiddie in the area. Or actually, you don't. You get marks periodically. From script kiddies that fail.
Yeah.
More accurate.
Most of them won't even see me, much less get a mark on me.
Yeah, and then but nothing's left a mark on you. What's the plan?
I would like
Red
to.
We're just going to continue its research for the next 5 hours or so.
Beef is interested in seeing what happens after the final bell, when people should be leaving for work. Like, we should see.
They're coming home
Like
from
he was
work.
saying, yeah, either people leaving or people coming home or something. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was suggesting. Was
Dave,
wait and see what happens.
Dave, do you have any of the locations of these script kiddies in the area? Since apparently you got marks on them automatically from them failing.
I mean, I could track them.
I mean, they could be a useful source of information, seeing as they live in the area, and obviously they're dill holes and are trying to attack people randomly. So they might have information for us that would be not necessarily the normal channels. Also, if I show up, I'm pretty sure I'd scare the everything piss out of them, so they're not going to tell anybody.
They may also already be in the pocket of the corp here.
I could push them out a window if that makes you feel better.
Yes.
No defenestration.
I mean, after or at the very least not long before we were to hit the place, that seems fine. Enough time that maybe they go to check in with them to see if anyone's been in the area. and they'd show up missing, that might not be great.
Well, I mean, if that's your concern that they work for them, and Aaron's already saying that you're getting marks on them, then perhaps you might want to take a look at them to see if that's what they're actually doing.
Fair enough. Sure. Rash will go track down some of these marks.
Yeah, most of them disappear pretty quick because they reboot. But a couple times you catch one that doesn't reboot, doesn't seem to notice they failed.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you pick one.
Sure.
Yeah, it looks like some kid with a cobbled together deck. I mean, it is pretty piss poor based on your initial perception of it, and take a look around. Seems to be has a couple like pieces of software that's slowing him down. You think that they've probably picked up a computer virus from hitting too many porn sites?
You probably got the hit on them because they tried to hack one of us.
But appears to be just some young punk.
Yeah. All right. I'll trace them.
Yeah, a few blocks away.
Yeah. Here's one of them, Fumiko.
All right. You know what'd be really kind of funny is you've got all of these like hundreds of freaking metal links. Can you turn them into some sort of bot army?
Probably not that useful.
Bummer. I mean, I'm just like,
I mean, you
it's
can.
pallets upon pallets of comm links just doing idle crap.
We only got one case.
I need to generate NFTs.
No, in the
Apartment.
in the apartment. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That would also require going and doing something like physically accessing those things.
While we're waiting on Dave's date, I'll go swing by the Script Kitty's house.
You see an apartment complex that is locked.
Hmm. Anybody going into the building?
Not at this time of day.
Dave, any help on the door?
They're keycard doors?
They're keycard doors.
I mean, if you can plug me into the system, sure. Or well, this building probably has a host for it also, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
there's a bunch of hosts all over the place. They're just really tiny hosts.
Okay, yeah, I'll just log into the host and look for the front door device.
You spend the action and time, you pop the lock.
There you go.
I go in, I find the apartment.
Knock on the door.
Yep.
Nobody answers.
Hey Dave, if you're still in there, you want to pop this lock too?
Sure. I will find that door's locked and
It's probably easier to just pop every one of them. Like,
Fire sale.
But yeah, you find that one. You're able to pop it. So doors. The light goes green on it for you.
I open the door, nice and slowly and gently.
Yeah, you see a tiny, austere apartment.
Mm.
Doesn't appear to be anybody in the kitchen or living room, which is kind of all one room.
I'll take a picture of the apartment and send it to Chaos and tell her if we keep getting freaking packages for you at the house, this is where we're going to end up.
Hey, that's not my fault. Just because all the apartments look alike and they're all filled with packages, just because I want special things.
So yeah, what's next, Fumiko?
Ooh, I got one success on stealth. I'm gonna go look for the kid.
Let me roll the kid's actual perception. All right, he doesn't seem to notice you. So you creep around and you looks like there's a single bedroom. Doors closed. You pop the door.
Sure, ever so slowly. I throw in a I will throw in a neurostun grenade and just kind of go sit on the couch and wait.
You hear as soon as you throw it in there, you hear the thing hit the floor. All of a sudden, you hear a thump. You hear the gas release. It sounded like somebody got up off of a bed or something, and then you hear a crash.
Okay. I'll give it another, couple of seconds. At this point, I'm wearing my uh ballistic mask. I'm gonna go check the room. It's got a gas mask in it, so it's fine.
Yeah, the room, because it's clear and odorless, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, you see. It looks like it's a.
I'll give it a minute, but yeah.
You see a teenage boy laying on the floor. He's got like a data jack running to the back of his head, and he's got some he's got the AR gloves on, and that's about it.
All right, I got 3 successes to kind of check around. I'll handcuff the kid, put him out on the couch after I'm done searching the room.
Yeah, he's limp in more than one way.
Good. I'll slap him awake, and then what do we? Yeah, I'll slap him awake eventually.
You knocked him. You knocked him out with stun damage. You're not gonna be able to just slap him awake.
You can
put I don't know that.
Yeah, you slap him. There's a red mark of your hand on his face, and he just sort of like head flops to the other side. You have a
Get
med
some
kit?
water. Yes, I do.
You dump water on him. He's just wet now. God. Hook up a med kit.
Yeah.
Inject some morphine straight into him, or not morphine, adrenaline.
To be fair, at least he's just knocked out. He's not dead.
You see him sort of pop back up, wide awake when the adrenaline hits, and like his eyes are like hyper like dilated. Did you unplug him from the box that he was plugged into?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
I was not gentle because I do not know computers well.
Let's see. At what point did he take dump?
Yes.
Maybe he is dead. Okay.
Your med kit. What rating is it?
Let's see. I have so much crap that I have to dig through it. Hold on.
I know that pain.
Do you even carry around a med kit?
I carry a lot of random crap. Usually I carry around like a level 3.
Does Chaos need to send you a wake up spirit?
So I have a med kit rating 3.
Okay. Yeah. So wait a second. Chaos. What is a wake up spirit?
Oh, it's a spirit of man. So it's a spirit of man that I, pass the spell, increase attribute willpower.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was just going to possess him.
No, it'll give him just enough willpower to wake up, which we have ruled is a negative thing for interrogations.
It's exciting. So yeah, your med kit tells you like, yeah, this kid is hurting pretty bad. Like it's telling you the kid has some physical damage.
Oh, well, looks like I fucked you up pretty good. Sorry, my bad. Neurostone sucks.
You say that all in English. He's just sort of like, what?
Yes.
What? Va?
Oh, goddamn.
Yeah, he speaks only Russian.
I got one success to say it in Russian. I'll ask Beef to help me translate.
Oh
With
boy.
one success, you basically tell him, you're fucked. Sorry. And his eyes kind of get really wide.
I guess I'll call Beef and have Beef translate for me through the speakerphone on one of my comm links.
Hello, Fumiko.
Hello. I have a Russian kid here that apparently I fucked up pretty bad on neuro stuff. I guess the dump shot got him. So my Russian sucks. Can you ask this kid about the area? Trying to gather information on the facility and who he keeps, who he's seen, and what he's attacked with his like script kiddie nonsense.
Yes. Kid? Can you hear me?
Is if Beef does how does Beef sound? Is he kind of like the stereotypical like angry Russian sound that comes out of it?
Oh yeah.
Uh,
I mean, he grew up at like in the mob essentially, so he's still got the Russian speech patterns of like a gangster.
oh yeah, he just like you suddenly hear over the other side, and Fumiko sees like he just starts sobbing.
Can you hear me? Is he doing okay?
I guess. I mean, the meds kit says he's alive.
Yeah, just like tears and snot hanging down from the front of this kid.
Well, let's get this started, I guess. I hear some crying. I'll assume that's you. We need some info from you, and don't make me come down there and get it. My friend here is much nicer than I am. What?
I do the little kawaii, finger to the mouth, and yes.
What is it you're doing here? And why is my friend asking you these questions now?
It's funny because Beef has no idea. Like, why is Fumiko there? I will ask the kid. The kid will evidently know. I'm sorry, Mr. Vori. I do not. I did nothing wrong.
You may not have done anything wrong, but you certainly did something my friend here didn't like. What was it, and why?
Your friend has as deck? Like big deck.
I wonder if the innuendo's there in Russian.
Probably not.
Beef, did he keep saying I have a dick?
I think it's maybe lost in translation.
I mean, it says that I can slap him a few more times till I kill him. So I mean,
in English, I'll ask like, so wait, what am I supposed to be asking here? What did he do?
So this kid got marks on Rash. So that implies that he's been going after.
No. Tried to.
Fair enough. He attempted to get marks on Rash, which means that he's probably going after everyone in the area, which means he's probably been, the nosy neighbor spying on everybody in the area. So he might have some information on the comings and goings of people in that building, or just comings and goings and oddities of the area. So I just need kind of general information on any of the stuff that he's seen, both digitally and physically, or we'd throw him out of a window. People fall
Thank
down
you.
the stairs all the time.
Good news, kid. you have something that you can be of use to us with. This is very good news for you. We need information about what's going on in this neighborhood, and you're going to give it to us. What's going on in this neighborhood?
So first off, we'll rewind a little bit to when what the kid said, and it's Yunea Bolshaya Koloda is what he had said, which translates to she has the big deck. So it does not necessarily. Well, maybe it does translate. A lot of we'll pardon me while I have this.
Pardon me while I whip this out.
There's a little bit of that. Great. That was. I love how it also plays this over the stream, but not to you guys. Google Translate's great. It will actually say the things in Russian. Evidently, Russian for penis is penis. So you ask, and like he's still sobbing, and he's trying to like force out words. But basically, you start hearing like, I just look for credits. Sometimes, spare change within the accounts that I can pull, but most of the time I'm just looking for, pictures that people keep on their comms and whatnot, like.
Yeah, so I wonder why he was naked while he was doing this.
More in tune with his deck.
I was just thinking, yeah.
Was the kid naked when I dragged him out of his room?
Yeah. All he had on was basically AR gloves and a data jack that was plugged into his skull.
Hey, he was in big decks.
And he cannot lie.
Yeah, so we need information, and then you'll be all right, probably.
Beef, I need an intimidation.
My best stat, because charisma.
Yeah, I know. You can take a +2, just from him thinking that you're a Russian mob.
Hell yeah, I'm too stupid to be intimidating. With the +2, 3d6, so that's one success.
All right, let me roll his resistance. I thought the +2 would give you enough where I wouldn't have to roll his resistance.
Nope.
He does have a lot of minuses because of the
Ties.
He's naked and
damage and all of that.
I mean, I could make fun of his junk. That would probably, increase the bonus that that Beef would get.
Or what if it's actually Fumiko's intimidation and I assist because I'm not physically there and can't physically beat this person.
Intimidate. Yeah, Fumiko doesn't intimidate specifically. And Fumiko has only ever intimidated once, and that was because it wasn't technically an intimidation roll. It was just basically me being mean to another girl. And there's not a good roll for that.
Fair enough.
Oh, sorry, a little baby yawn. So yeah, you do your intimidate. Basically, he's like, I can tell you what I've seen, but I haven't seen much.
Better than nothing.
Right.
But and eventually you work out of him that there's better comlinks that have gone into a specific building, and the building is the one that you guys have been watching on. Everybody else in the area seems to not be able to afford like the comlinks that he sees going in and out of that building, and he's curious, but he hasn't been able to figure out what's going on there. If you ask about times, he will tell you that the shifts are weird, is what he says. He says that a bunch of folks, they arrive basically as people are leaving for their day of work, and they all leave about the same time as everybody else would leave to come home. But then another group comes in at night, like a half an hour afterwards.
What times are those things happening?
So he tells you that the people, the ones come in at around 7 a.m. And then those set leave around 5 p.m. And then the next set comes in at 5:30 p.m. He's not sure when they leave.
Can you ask him how many people are in each set?
Yeah, is it like the entire building that's going away, or is it just a couple people?
He
Or
says
like,
Beef buildings can't move, silly.
aha.
he would say that the ones that come in and out at 6:30 or 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. Like those look to be the same. And there's about 30 of those. And about 15 come in at 5:30.
Well.
Ask him if he got any information off any of the comlinks.
Yeah, did you get anything that wasn't dirty pictures?
But we'll take dirty pictures. That's fine.
Off the good com links, he's like, nah, yet. Off the bad com links, yeah, and he forwards you a bunch of images if you want them.
Ooh, all right. Hey, how's it going?
Do you work
not great.
alone, or do you work with anyone else?
He
Got a little script kitty crew.
works alone, is what he tells you.
I'll ask Fumiko in English. Should we, maybe set up some sort of recon? If he or any of his buddies in the area, I assume he knows someone else here. Maybe they could keep a watch and send some info to like a burner or something.
I think that's a
They're
question
going.
for. I think that'd be a question for the group, or whatnot. Yeah.
Well, I'll lay it out there. We know where this guy is, so
Yeah. I mean, I can always come back. Looking at this apartment, I don't think this guy is really going anywhere.
Sorry,
Yeah,
what were you asking?
so the idea would be like if we can essentially toss this kid, a couple new yen to get him or his friends or whoever live in this area to do recon for us, specific recon, and have them send that info to like a burner phone or something.
How long is
It would
gonna
just,
take?
yeah, I don't know. That's the thing is like, we're here in reconning. I just figured maybe getting some more eyes on it with people who weren't us might be of value, but I don't know how much we can trust these
Able
kids
to
either.
dig up. It sounded like he can't get into, I mean, even halfway decent comm links.
Yeah. He sounds pretty low level, but I mean, he'd be able to at least tell us the movement schedules. That's about it. Would just be, I think he can identify that it's got a presence, but he won't be able to get into anything.
Yeah, I
He's
guess
not a good decker.
I meant more even just in terms of him like existing next to this building. He should be able to pick up more information or talk with people better than some random stranger who drives into the neighborhood. That was sort of my take. But if we don't think there's valid information he can get, then we can just ignore it.
Since we
The
got
only
today,
other,
I think not. The only thing we could use him for, since you have him, is if we want to use him as a distraction. We
possibly.
could pay him.
The other thing, Beef, can you ask him about any expensive or decent cars in the area? Anything high end or worth time of boosting?
Sure. I'll ask him that, and I'll also ask like, how are the people who are leaving the building leaving? Are they all just en masse, like walking out the front door and then walking down the road to the nearest public transport, or are they being shuttled away?
Make it seem like I want to steal their car, so that way he's not putting it together that we're going to hit this building.
Right.
I'm surprised you guys have been using the stick on this. I'm surprised the carrot hasn't come out. But you mentioned that he's like he has not seen any good vehicles. However, there is a vehicle that seems to pick them up.
What kind of vehicle is it?
Some bus of some form, or a big bus.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
I like big bus. I cannot lie.
Yeah, yeah. I heard prostitute van.
I need a Google Translate, but it's specifically for other languages and bad translations.
You could do like that one like music thing where they take the English song or whatever and then translate it through like 5 different languages and back to English to see what it turns out as.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Beef. What the hell is he talking about? Some sort of prostitute bus kills these people and then drives off?
It is autobus is bus, so
The autoerotic asphyxiation bus is killing these people? What the hell is he talking? What?
I think once again lost in translation.
Yeah.
It's just normal bus.
Oh, okay. Does he have any? Ask him if he has any information on the bus, and maybe we can get, some sort of information on these people and an easy way in.
he tells you that
Hey,
the bus
kid.
is rigged.
Oh, there you go. All right.
Rather
Like
than
some
make
sort of
you act as the
speed-
in between.
Some sort of speed bus. It's rigged to blow.
Yes.
Well, I mean, as long as it's 55 kilometers.
Yeah, at this point, I think. I mean, we could. What time in the day is it?
I mean, it's probably 2:45, maybe 3 o'clock at this point.
Okay. Would be interesting to get eyes on that bus. Any other questions?
Not that I'm aware of. Probably just gonna knock the kid back out and then leave.
Okay. Good night.
And I tell the comlink or the
The med kit.
med kit to put him out.
Well, I mean, as soon as it takes away his wake up fuel, like you see him slowly start to like sort of lean his head forward like he's in pain, because he is, and then just passes out.
All right, I'll grab my handcuffs and check through the apartment to make sure there's nothing actually worthwhile, and then make my exit quietly.
Okay.
All kinds of special.
So what are you guys gonna do? Gonna head out and just let the drones take care of your eyes on the area?
I have the car sitting there all day.
When do we want to go in? Tonight or tomorrow night?
I think we need to observe their shifts and habits for
Observe today.
at
go
least a
in
little
tomorrow.
while.
Got it. Observe today. Go in tomorrow. Perfect. We think.
Yeah, I
we're
mean,
gonna
we know
go-
there's an apparent shift change at some point. I also thought if this was like a medical facility, if we could, or a research facility, if we could somehow get inside and or activate like emergency response, pull a fire alarm, so to speak. It might start evacuation procedures, which may give us a little window.
So we should be the Lone Star security.
We may be able to tail one of their workers to wherever they live and then steal all their stuff
Mhm.
and just get in that way.
I mean, there's also a half hour between when one shift leaves and the next one shows up.
Yeah, it's also a possibility.
I think again, Beef is trying to stay off the street just because it's maybe a little bit less suspect to be just hanging out in a car somewhere rather than just wandering around the empty streets there.
Yeah, we
so
could go. I mean, drive a few blocks off to the side and find some place that's not as just like ghost town to hang
yeah,
out
because
for a few hours.
I've got the feeling that
For the shift change.
the roads are essentially, or like the street level is essentially surveilled. I don't know if we've done an active like matrix perception to see any cameras or anything, but like
Well, there was a turret, so I'm sure there are.
right.
So what else? So what do we? We're going to leave the drones here to watch so that we know when the optimal times are to go in. And do we want to follow somebody or not? And if not, how do we want to get in the facility?
I'll let you
Looks like
discuss. I will be right back.
it sounds like maglocks, e-pads. Does anybody have any gear for breaking into that kind of stuff? Or we need to get some.
I can probably hack any device you can plug a connection into, but with the security response their host has on it, I would be hesitant to try to just sit in the host and trigger things for you.
Right, so we could. I mean, I don't have the gear right now. I've got some skills, but not the gear. Sequencer and a maglock passkey, maybe some lockpicks, so we could just go in from outside. I mean, that might trip all sorts of alarms. I have no idea, but
Were the was the building controls, were those on the like second secret host or were they on the first one?
I think they were on the secret. At least the ones that we are going to care about are probably on the secret one.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
what I
not
figured.
worried about getting in the front door. It's getting from the apartment building into whatever secure facility they have. That's going to be the
we have
divvy.
to do this quietly. I was just thinking, did we have to do this quietly? I don't remember whether we have to do this quietly or not.
I don't think we were told we did.
So we,
Mm,
No,
So-
supposedly this was supposed to be quiet. If I remember it, it was without being detected, but Aaron will be the final judge on that.
I don't remember whether or not that was a stipulation, but I think we would prefer to because it feels so shady that like
Feel like it's probably yes, a sneaky one due to the fact that it's self-sabotage, and the way that they've built this whole thing is that it doesn't blow back on them. So
Yeah, because otherwise Chaos could just kind of walk in and just multiple bomb acid stream any door and we can get through security. It's not a problem.
it's weird that all the doors leading up to this room are melted down, but nothing happened in this room. Maybe we should check everything before we activate the gun.
You know, maybe there was just a coincidental spilling of acid.
and unidirectional, yeah.
So what's
Happens
going
all
on?
the time.
We've decided that
Do
we're
we
going
need
to
to be quiet in this mission?
Okay.
we were wondering if it was a stated stipulation of the mission that we were quiet about it.
Oh, yeah, that would have been in the mission briefing.
Okay.
My
I think
apologies.
that was where we were going with it anyway, since it seemed sort of risky, but good to confirm.
So if there's cameras inside, we need those taken out, don't we? Because somebody's going to notice that we've been in. I think that and get the alarms turned off, regardless of getting the doors open.
I would like the alarms off rather than on.
Well, so there's a couple things, right? And this is I'll give to Rash because you were looking around when you were discussing with the persona that you were talking to or the icon you were talking to. There were on the secure host, you noticed that while there were no cameras on the apartment host, there were cameras on the secure host.
Okay.
There didn't seem like a huge amount of them. You couldn't really, you didn't have enough time to go dig where they were, but you do recall that there were a few. The other thing that you noticed were, you knew that there were a ton of sort of door locks on the apartment complex, on the outside one, but there were a bunch of door locks as well on this one.
Yeah. All right. So I'll share the yeah, there were definitely cameras involved. Not as many as I would have expected. So if people can keep an eye out for them, they may be avoidable, or possibly somebody can get up to one and plug me into it as we go, that sort of thing.
We need to do. Blue's like, I'm willing to go in and do whatever needs to get done, but if we're trying to do it quiet and not, that's kind of beyond what he's going to be able to do. It sounds like there's too much security for somebody just to go in and out quietly without computer stuff.
Keep kicking myself because there's a drone that I want to make that's actually perfect for what Dave wants.
So if you have a device, Blue's
Do
game
you have
is
something that like we hook it up to the we hook it up and that gives you connection?
Yeah, I was gonna make a drone that's called Happy Zappy Snake, because it basically just wiggles through the thing and it can brag disk drives and also hook into data ports. And then it just has a retrans unit, so that way you could still hack. But in this situation, I can just go get a data tap.
Yeah, that's what I was asking that in character. Of does Rash have something that we could just plug stuff in?
I mean, a data tap or a cable connection to a device from your comm link or something. Not worried about
Yeah,
noise. I just don't want to go through the host.
sure.
yeah. Woden is talking from a like, is that a thing?
Tell me what needs to get put where. I'll I'll jam the stick up whatever needs to get jammed up for you to get it done. For the data tap or whatever. If we got it, don't, we need to buy it. I don't have any problem walking up and plugging things in. I'll be wearing a ballistic mask.
Oh yeah, Chaos brought a rating 6 mag lock sequencer and a rating 6 auto picker if we need to use them.
Cool. Do you have a maglock passkey?
Nope, I just have the auto picker and the sequencer.
So we can get past the keypads and we can get past the normal locks, but not past the key readers, the card readers.
Unless you lifted a card.
Yeah,
Or
we could if we follow somebody home and steal their shit, or
we get a maglock passkey and to get through those.
Well, I mean, whatever you need, I can get it for you. That's fine.
Yeah. So it sounds like we're sending a team in with a Rash, you're going to be outside doing this, or do you need to come with us?
Yeah, no, I'm not going in.
Okay, so you're staying outside, taking care of all this stuff as we're going through. We just have to plug you in.
Yeah.
And so we just need tonight to figure out when the best time to go in or what looks like a good window.
So it sounds like you're
With-
breaking up into a couple groups, like one doing prep, one doing observation.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds right. And then one team will be going in, and then there'll be Rash and probably at least one person standing guard to make sure when Rash is out that they don't get jumped. So what do we need?
Do we want Fumiko to try and go find a maglock passkey or a keycard passkey? Those have ratings, right?
I think it's
Yeah, like
base.
if they exist, do they even exist?
Yeah, they exist.
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
Let's
It's in the
see.
main book.
Yep.
I mean, Maglock Paskies are just the magnetic card that changes its magnetic design or whatever to keep trying to fake out the system.
Yeah, it just runs random numbers until it gets it, I thought.
Yeah, basically.
A no, that's actual security devices.
Maglock passkey. Skeleton key can be inserted in any card reader's maglock, clearly fooling it into believing that it is a legitimate passkey has been swiped. Wireless passkey receives a +1 bonus to its rating.
It's
And
rating 1
it's
to 4.
got a rating 1 through 4. Maximum price is $8,000. Maximum availability is 12F. So not too bad.
Either that or we just plug Rash in and let Rash do it. If that
Well, that requires opening up the case and plugging through the wiring.
Okay, so
The other option is to get a keycard copier and copy, and then if we can get a hold of a keycard, we could copy it.
yeah, but then you also have to buy the keys, and we've got the key at that point. Why not use it?
Yeah, which even if we can get a key card off of somebody, we won't know if that's going to have like clearance for everywhere inside.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
So it sounds like we do want the maglock passkey. And then what else do we need?
A
'Cause
maglock sequencer potentially.
it sounded like Chaos already had one.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
Jake said Chaos has a sequencer and an auto picker.
Okay.
Yeah, girls gotta have the tools.
And someone has locksmithing know-how
Yeah, Blue does. Got 9 dice.
with a locksmith kit.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he doesn't have a locksmith. He doesn't have any tools. He only has the wherewithal
So,
with the tools.
Pick up the tools.
So I think Attenborough has a lockpick set if Aaron's okay with us borrowing it.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I mean, they're
Sounds
getting some of the reward, aren't they?
Yeah.
You could give them a more diminished amount of the reward. That's up to you guys, but
Okay. So we're watching.
I mean, if nothing else, they'll benefit from any amount that goes into the group fund.
Well, we can just, if we need a lockpick set, I mean, as long as Fumiko's buying stuff.
Lockpick sets are cheap and easy to find for our 250 new yen.
Yeah, and Blue is happy to pay for a set of that since he doesn't have a set right now, and it's one of the things he wants.
that would be useful.
Right. Sure, it'll take Fumiko like 2 minutes to buy it.
You said it was rating 12?
The lockpick set is rating 4.
Oh,
But
4?
the key card, the pass key is 12. That we probably have to roll to see how long it takes her to get.
It's $8,000.
So obviously, I'm going to leave this area to go shopping.
Yep.
Of course.
Yes.
How'd you get to this area, by the way?
Took a.
Were you in the van with us?
No, I took a car. I was not rude and actually finished my meal with Obez and
We
had a lovely
excused
conversation.
ourselves. Thank you.
Fair enough.
It's your job, right? Thanks.
Chaos wasn't going to leave in the van, so she probably stayed with Kumiko too.
Yeah, so it took a car service.
I was just curious. Did you take the limo to this low end neighborhood and just, hey, look, there's a limo.
No, I took a car service.
So you have 13 net.
Okay, so I get it super fast apparently.
Yeah, you hit the seediest looking electronics store you can and just go like, in your worst Russian, give me your sequencers, or sorry, give me your pass keys.
That's true.
Not the
Her
worst
negotiations should be
Russian.
limited by Russian.
Oh,
Yeah, all right, sure. We can do
Normally
that.
it would take 2 days, by the way, to get a sequencer.
I think you're able to get
So
it no problem.
Umiko multipass.
He got 2 successes on the, or 3
There you
successes
go.
on his Russian. I mean, the
Yeah,
other
I
option
got
is you roll
9.
edge to break the limits.
Yeah.
we're already getting it in a couple of hours. Don't need to
Oh,
spend edge on that.
Oh no, I wasn't rolling edge. I was rolling it without my without English.
Oh,
So yes, in that case, you got 6 net, or no, not 6 net,
Okay.
7 net.
Okay.
so we're getting this. Is this a group thing, or because otherwise, if it's not, Blue's happy to pay for it. He wants one anyway.
if you want to keep it afterwards and you want to pay for it, that sounds fair to me.
Okay, he's fine. He'll fork over the money for it then.
It's $8,000.
Yep.
It's a trap. Okay, so the rest of the folks that stayed behind, you guys were just observing until the bus came to pick up the employees.
Yeah, I think what we wanted to do is we were gonna like be around the corner, using the drones to kind of keep an eye on the place, and then we can like sneak we can edge our way closer when it gets close to quitting time. Um,
Okay.
and
Yep.
then so we can get eyes on we have eyes on it.
Anyone have a surreptitious way to toss a stealth tag onto that vehicle? The bus thing that's coming?
Walk by it and use sleight of hand.
Uh,
Whatever. Palming. Yeah,
If you
sleight-
know exactly where the bus is going to be, and
Yeah.
you're feeling lucky, you could put stealth tags with the sticky part up and hope that it gets stuck to the tire.
that nobody notices them laying on the ground.
They're stealth tags.
They're
They're really
they're damn near impossible to see.
Pick up some tracker rounds.
That'd work.
Hope nobody
Then
steps on.
we'd have to shoot it though.
Yeah,
I noticed that.
they were.
Anybody have a fling?
this
Is
is
that
that's not this
kind of
crew.
like bling? Is fling kind of like bling?
Fling, fling.
If only I was a throwing adept.
Or do you fling your bling?
So it sounds like, are you going to do stealth tags, or are you going to go get a tracer, try to find a tracer round, and if you have some form of silencer?
Might be able to get a drone to deliver it as well.
Anybody have archery? We can use a slingshot.
Chaos can put a sound barrier around anyone who wants to fire a gun at it. That's not a problem.
That's true. I forgot about that.
If you're going to do that, we might as well just walk up and put it on the vehicle, right?
Tracer rounds are really nice.
Thought I had some, but it must have been on somebody else, Haas maybe.
I think that was, well, tracer rounds. Sure that wasn't Bigsby?
Tracker rounds, not tracer.
Oh, probably, yeah. It might have been Bigsby as well.
So many characters, Tim.
I know.
Surprised you're still playing Beef. What happened?
I took a break for a while. Now I'm back to him.
I know, but was it Beef and Pachoka? Are those your
Yeah.
two big ones right now?
All right, so
Yeah.
which approach are you going with? Is it going to be the tags, or with the tracker round, or with some other approach?
I mean, we've got a drone, right? We just follow it,
That's another thing.
presumably.
You can follow it from up on high.
I feel like shooting this van is probably a little bit more obvious than just trying to tail it.
Yeah, I think it's probably easier to just try and tail it.
Okay.
And some of the employee, like from what we saw in the video, some of the employees were parking in the parking lot, weren't they?
At
Or
least
did
what the
all of them
video
go in?
made it appear to look like. Roll me perception on the video, sort of retroactively.
Sure. I can also just pull up the video and take a look at it.
It's looking for something very specific. You notice that the time of day seems to be later on in the day. So it's odd that they were going in. So it wasn't the morning crew or the day crew.
So maybe it was the evening crew arrives. They don't arrive by van.
It's possible. That would be something you could imply based on what you're seeing in the video.
Man, I need to work on my mental limit.
How many did you get? A lot more? One more.
Just one more.
Playing chess in the parking lot, the Breakfast Club. Yeah, it's the Breakfast Club, yeah. Somebody's got detention. Alright, so what you guys noticed, sort of fast forwarding a little bit, is this van pulls up about when the young punk had said it would, and out comes filing right around 30 wage slaves, sort of coming up out of the apartment building, getting into the bus, and it heads off to the east. You take a drone and you start tracking where it goes. No need to roll. This thing is not hiding itself. And you follow it to downtown. And further south into, basically it gets on, everybody exits and gets on a ferry, heading south. This takes roughly around 45 minutes. About 30 minutes in, were you guys, did you leave one drone at the building and sent one drone after it? Was that what was going on?
Yeah. I assume.
Yeah, we wanted to see the switch as well, so.
So yeah, right around, 6 or 7 cars pull in the parking lot, and about, between 10 and 15 guys and gals get out and head into the building, single file. Looks like they're badging in. And they disappear in the building.
We might be able to.
You said 12 to 15?
Yeah, I didn't give you an exact count.
That's still like, it would seem that 95% of this building is just not used then. Because if it's like a large apartment complex, hundreds of people, possibly thousands of people would be working or living there.
I think they're just using the basement floors.
Could also be the security detail that's going in.
I mean, there could also be lots of storage rooms or machinery that has to be running. Like, who knows what they are using the space for?
Right. It just seems like we will not have to be as concerned of coming across people at every other junction. There's
Yeah,
like
that's
30
definitely
people in
true.
the entire building.
It also seems likely that you're not going to bluff your way past somebody as just someone they don't know that works there.
Right.
Yeah. We
The
could potentially, if we might be able to insert ourselves, by getting over, like hopping over on the roof. How wide is the alley between this building and the building next to it?
it's about 4 or 5 meters wide.
Bit of a
It's a
hop.
possibility.
One thing
Big
you
gap.
do recall from the original schematics, because it had guard routes, it seems like there are, based on, because it actually says like what a normal security team is, which it's 4-man teams. It looks like the building has what you would guess as security living in the building as well. And so what you're seeing switching out is probably some security detail, but also some of that is scientists or researchers. So the security detail, if you add up the numbers on the block, it says that there's 30 people in the security detail at all times.
Okay, so they're definitely not all leaving. And not all of those people would be security. Now, it might be easier. It may be easier to get security badges off of the people who leave from second shift, because they travel in their own vehicles.
Seems likely. You're saying rather than like getting in and trying to find the security person and taking them out and getting their badge.
Yeah. Although we were also talking about just using bypassing, just stuff to
Mhm.
bypass it without needing to actually have the security
Just using breaking and
information. Yeah.
The second shift is there now, right?
Yep.
Yes.
So their vehicles are there?
Yes.
I'll find one on the Matrix and see if it's on a host.
Yeah, quick look.
That's-
It appears that they're on the grid guide host.
Okay. I'll throw that out there that I don't know that it necessarily helps, but their vehicles aren't logging into the secure host here. So if we do need to do something with one, we potentially can. It would also mean that one of them not doing what it's supposed to isn't going to immediately alert the facility.
Okay. So we could hack one of their cars and possibly like to redirect where they're supposed to go, like where it's supposed to go, and
Possibility. I'm
get
not sure
somebody
that
that way.
necessarily helps us a lot, but
And go ahead. Okay. Well, what I was going to say was, can I go back and see which of the cars, if any, like only had like one person come out? Or
You
did
can replay the
multiple people
footage
come out every car?
you can replay the footage from the drones that were sent. The it looks like 2 of those cars, and you can identify them, had one person come out of them.
What kind of cars are they?
They all look to be older model cars. What's the name of that one, the Russian car, the Ladla?
The thing with the motorcycle engine in it.
There, I mean, it did. Ladla Rent-A-Car in Mumbai.
And Rash, you said that they're not on the security host. Are they on any other host? And
They're on the good guide host.
did were you able to tell where they came from, or would you have had to like get really
I
into this?
I don't think Grid Guide keeps that information. If they do, it will be archived in their host somewhere.
How hard is it to apply a data tap?
I think it's a hardware threshold 1 test.
Plugging in a USB drive, you got to get it on the top of the bottom side first.
Oh, USB!
Woden is asking that, like, in character specifically. Because, like, I mean, I could try sneaking up and putting on a data tap thing on one of the cars so you could access it. That's a thing, right?
I'm not too worried about accessing a car. Although, yeah, data tap would make it easier, but I mean, what do you want done with it?
People were talking about trying to figure out where it came from.
So just watch it when they do in the morning?
That's true.
I mean, that's no easier for me to get than for one of the drones.
When we're going in, is it going to be? Does anybody have the hardware skill that's going to be going in the building, so that Rash is going to be able to have access?
Thought that was you.
I don't have hardware right now. I can get that. It shouldn't take but a couple hours, but that's not the
Does
skill
data
that he
tap
has.
actually require that role? If people aren't actually trained in it, that might be relevant to look up.
Doesn't the machine basically roll better on its own?
I mean, the auto picker does, or can.
So this is about is basically giving Rash the physical link. And
there's no role to use a data tap.
There's no role. Okay.
Okay.
You just clip it onto a cable.
Now, it would require you to have access to some sort of cable.
Yes.
Which might require a hardware test to open the case.
A hardware test to open up a panel to get a cable in.
And Beef doesn't have any hardware, so.
Blue is happy to see about picking that up real quick and go off and do that so that we'll be ready to go in.
Take a hit of long haul and plow through the night learning it.
If that's
I
going to
think
help.
hardware can also be done untrained, but I'm not sure.
No, hardware requires training.
It requires.
Yeah, depending on where you are, you might be able to just bash open a wall to get some cables running in there, but
that's not so quiet.
No.
We're trying to be all sneaky like.
Okay, so everybody else is doing stuff. Blue's going to take public transport or whatever, go back, crash at the pad, and see if he can learn learn hardware.
Okay, feel free to make those
Roll.
rolls. Rash, you head to the virtual meetup space?
Yeah, it's about time for that.
So yeah, you're...
Did my searches over the last several hours turn up anything on trying to figure out what the iconography on this entity means?
Trying to find your searches on it specifically.
I actually rolled, but no, I didn't. So
looks like the learn time is like
4 hits on trying to figure out what its persona imagery would mean about it.
You're sort of digging into that. You've you think that it probably has to do with it being a sum of more parts based on sort of the psychology of it that you've seen people chatting about, assuming that it's either a proto-sapien or maybe a xenosapien.
Don't want to be fragmented though.
Yeah, so you think that it's probably something that's been either reassembled, or it's possible that it's sort of self-image, or has been damaged in the past.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Rash will show up for at the meet time and place.
All right. Well, about you know, probably 20 minutes after you get there, in walks a human, or at least a metahuman, and there's a pin. Actually, roll a perception. Like, there's a bunch of people in and out, but I mean, I've pretty much given away the.
Too late.
Ah, 4 is perfect. Yeah, you see a pin that has that tentacles and eyes, sort of holding a cloak, a little short cloak that's on this metahuman woman. Blonde hair. Seems the hair is fairly long and pulled back. And I know this is in the Matrix as well. Like, this is sort of the persona. And wearing a smart suit, so fairly well dressed. It's a well sculpted persona. Kind of looking around. Are you in the same persona that you had before?
I am. Although before I had smoke and mirrors turned way up, which I have described on my sheet as like haze filling the air around the persona. So that is turned down now. So
Okay.
not as like not as much like visual artifacting showing up around, but same general image.
Yeah.
Haven't rapper or anything.
The woman turns, looks at you. You can see the sort of squint, and then waves and starts walking towards you.
Yeah.
And I haven't been here before.
Yeah, it's a nice place for a little bit of privacy, but neutral ground. Not not at work for anyone or under anyone's watch. I'm sure you can appreciate that as well as I do.
It must be nice to get away once in a while.
Are you not allowed to leave normally?
No, just no reason to. I have other things that I normally do.
Hmm.
Stay busy.
Busy is good. Um, I mean, Rash will just start making some small talk for a little while. Try to kind of gauge how trying to gauge how human like this thing is, and how I guess whether it recognizes itself as like part of or employed by a company, or even just if it doesn't recognize what a company is, then like the host it's normally in.
Okay, so
Or if it's talking about that place or the people who run it, like an employee or a follower, or if it doesn't recognize it that way.
okay. Looking at the knowledges that you kind of popped off before, Give me an Evo culture knowledge.
Sure.
Do you have any sort of human psychology or?
I really should pick that up. I have. Let's see.
I know Chaos has it.
Cardiologist.
Yeah, because you're kind of trying to discern like.
Human trafficking, toxic hazards. This wouldn't be toxic. It's online. Russian culture, in case there's something uniquely Russian about it.
Yeah, you can use.
Satellite communications, specialized in the constellations.
Yeah, no.
Corporate procedures. Nanotechnology.
Nanite technology, no. So what you do get from the Evo culture, at least, so you are able to tell like the person thinks of them as an employee of the laboratory.
Okay.
In terms of whether they're human or not, like there's definitely some sort of activities that you see as being, interestingly enough, things that you would have seen, your like members of your team do. Like there's definitely some human bits, and then there's some other things that just don't jive as well.
So at the very least, not human as in the the way the masses go about interacting with the world.
Yeah, you're not really sure if there's the individuals on the neurodivergent spectrum or if
Well,
they're.
and people like Shadowrunners are very different just because of their worldview, because of how they do their work. So I could see. Okay. So there's something off about it, though.
Yep. And then in terms of like how we want to hold the rest of it, there's a bunch of conversation back and forth. She's also trying to get information from you about, just having to look around seems like that's unusual in that area. Which I imagine that your character is pretty good about keeping your lips shut on the job.
Yeah, not to say anything that will be telling. To things like that, like I will point out, like, oh well, I'm outside more than you are, I guess, but I constantly have people trying to poke around my network. Just this afternoon, I had to swat away 4 or 5 different people trying to see what I was up to.
Oh, but nobody's gotten into my network.
Well, that just means I'm better than a lot of people.
Which begs to the question of why you're poking around in the middle of nowhere. But roll me a perception just to see what you pick up from the conversations. We'll sort of speed up the conversational path.
Did we have a hard cutoff time again this week?
We do. And then next week we're off next week, and I'm still trying to get my buddy's schedule for the week after to see if he's flying out that day. Because if he's flying out that day, I got to run to the airport.
So the perception is to see what all I can glean from the conversation.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll definitely edge that.
Okay.
Still not great, but
That's 4. Four's pretty good. So
yeah.
she kind of drops she works, and specializes in firearms research. Mentions that some actual meat space bars that she's visited. And drops the name of her boss as Cynthia. But yeah, that's really the main things that you pick up from the individual. Unless there's specific things that you were going to plumb outside of that.
I mean, Rash isn't really good at doing that kind of stuff, so It's mostly just getting her talking and seeing what'll come out. And Rash will talk about stuff too, just nothing. Rash does have enough experience to make sure to not say anything identifiable or about this job or really about work in general, probably. But we'll
Okay.
talk about things.
Yeah, you get sort of the sense.
You know, we can talk about that kind of thing.
Well, you got 4 hits, so the other one thing I'll also toss in there that you're able to pull off is she kind of mentions being young and old at the same time, which is kind of weird. But otherwise, she at some point says like, "Oh, I've got to go because I've got to go back to work tomorrow."
I understand. Maybe we can meet up again sometime.
Possibly. This was fun. And when she leaves, there's a number still sitting at the table.
Okay. I will make sure to record it.
Okay. And so we'll have to stop us there just because I'm out of time. Hopefully you all had fun. The karma reward for the session today is going to be 6 karma. You can thank Rash for hitting the rating 8 host.
Thanks, Rash.
Good job, Rash.
Thanks for watching, Funked. Glad to have you watching. And I think that covers all the rewards for the session. No public awareness, no notoriety, no new yen yet.
We have a title for this portion of the run.
Yeah, I named this one I Know You Said, which involved the Evo job.
Did I get a contact out of that yet, or no? Just the number for now.
I would say it's probably a loyalty 0 contact.
Okay, so not really a contact yet.
Correct.
Just I have a way to call them again.
Yep. Yeah, you have a communication channel to somebody that is aware of you but doesn't know anything. Like the trust there isn't there yet, right?
Yep. And there's not really even business yet, so yep. No, that's fine. Just wanted to ask.
All right. Well, thank you all for watching. I'm gonna flip it over to the goodbye screen. Have a great one, and never make a deal with a dragon or a crazy AI.
Unless you're
They have
bored.
all the money.